There we go.
It-
Welcome,
it-
Oh yeah.
welcome to the Vulcan Soapbox. This is the pod where intellectuals get together to have intellectual discourse on a variety of different topics. We're gonna sprinkle a little bit of fun in there, some rapport, some repartee, but we're gonna get into some issues that we think are affecting the world and our community in particular. We welcome comments. Sometimes you may be able to get on as a guest if you have a valid point or valid contribution to the conversation. But
Especially
just
if you
three.
disagree.
James always wants to smoke, man. But gentleman to
Vulcan.
my left, introduce yourself.
The name.
How's everybody doing? I'm the Vulcan. As he said, we welcome people to come on, especially if you disagree. This is a platform people that have different opinions or the same opinion can share them in a safe space. Safe in the sense of we don't resort to ad hominems. We focus on the issues. We're not going to try to straw man whatever your point is. We're going to just focus on whether it makes sense or whether it's not. We don't always have to agree. There's a French moralist that said it's better to debate an issue without settling it than to settle an issue without debating it. And so for me, also a proverb, I'll give a proverb too. It says the man who presents his case first seems right until another comes and cross-examines him. So that's the spirit of this show, and that's what we want to do today when we're going over Dr. Umar. I'm a big fan of Dr. Umar's in a lot of ways, but no nobody's above criticism. Peer review, the scientific method, precept upon precept. Nobody is always right, and nobody's always wrong. So we're going to discuss the good, the bad, and the ugly, and have a good time doing it. Welcome to the show.
Yes, yes. It's your boy
Gentleman
D.
to go ahead.
Yeah, D. Enos is the name. Darius first name, last name Enos. Um, glad to be here. Like you heard what the brother said. This just shows for the thinkers. Remember, we like to explore in the critical thinking area. Always remember that critical thinking is the art. It is a skill of analyzing. So that's what I'm here for. All right. That's all I got to say.
All right, so these are our panelists for the evening for this pod. Darius, if you will, please play the video,
Yes, sir.
and away we go.
So this is Dr. Umar, one of his latest interviews. He's on, I think the name of the platform, DJ, if I'm not mistaken, DJ UTV. All right, let's
Yeah.
get into it.
DJ, you go crazy. DJ UTV, let them know who we got in the building.
Dr. Umar Ifatunde, the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Glad to be here.
Dr. Umar, what you on, gang?
I'm well. Glad to be back in Chicago. There's a migrant crisis town hall meeting tonight. So I'm going to go there and speak a little bit, hear from the people what's really going on because the country want to know. Me personally, I believe the migrant situation in Chicago and New York is being led by the federal government. They're spearheading this to basically erase Black people politically. Chicago has the only predominantly Black U.S. congressional district in the entire country. That's why Obama had a lane. Carol Moseley Braun had a lane. Most of your modern Black senators, we've only had a handful that came from Chicago because y'all have the only predominantly Black U.S. congressional district. So they want to switch that out for Latinos. That's why they're here, to replace us politically. I suspect that at some future point in time, if they're not already doing it, they're going to fast track the migrants in Chicago and New York to full citizenship so they can vote. And I wouldn't be surprised if they'll be eligible to vote in time for next November's presidential election. This is a purge of Black by brown, and this is a takeover because Chicago and New York are our two strongest and largest Black communities and Black consciousness communities. So they want to blot that out. The strategy is if we can take New York and take Chicago, the rest of Black America doesn't stand a chance.
Well, we definitely having a terrible migrant crisis here in Chicago. But first of all, welcome to DJ UTV.
Glad to be here. DJ UTV.
Yeah,
glad to be here.
It's definitely a blessing to have you. On our channel, we cover a lot of Chicago drill related content.
Okay.
we like to throw a mix of intelligent conversations in there, you know, from time to time, especially toward the end of the year.
Yes, sir.
Last year, we attempted to have an intelligent conversation with Charleston White, and he pulled a gun out on us. So this year, we want to do something different with yourself. So can you start by telling us where you're from, Dr. Umar?
North Philadelphia, born and raised. Across the street from, down the street from Bill Cosby. Across the street from Meek Mill. He and I were not friends. He was friends with my younger brother. I'm obviously a half generation older than those guys, but that's my neighborhood. Jill Scott. I come from that neck of the woods right there.
So can you tell us what it was like for you growing up in Philly?
Poverty, same thing that y'all probably deal with in Chicago. You know, in fact, right now I just read an article, very unfortunate to read it, that Chicago and New York has a black male homicide rate that exceeds that of U.S. soldiers stationed in places like Afghanistan. So black men are dying quicker in Chicago and Philadelphia than overseas in the military. You know, sorry to hear that, but very violent in Philadelphia. Philadelphia leads the nation in gentrification right now. And whenever you find a black city that's dealing with gentrification, you're also dealing with an intensification of conflict. Why? Because when you gentrify, you force enemies into a closer proximity with each other. So, for example, if you take Chicago, look at the sections of the city that white people are taking back. If you had a gang over here and a gang over here, okay, and by gang, I don't necessarily mean your traditional gangs, but just
is it breaking up on y'all's end too?
Set, whatever kind of set. And now the white man has come in and forcibly moved these black people out through real estate tax, eminent domain, or whatever. This gang that was 40 blocks away from you, you didn't have to see them unless you wanted to. They didn't have to see you unless they.
What is it doing? What's it doing? You said it's breaking up?
Yeah.
What, stuttering, or what, the video stuttering, or him? What?
Yeah, stuttering.
Fresh. You notice that too?
It's not doing that on my end.
Okay.
I got.
All right, but are you able to hear everything he's saying?
I got high speed internet. So.
Okay. So are you able to pick? Vulcan, are you able to pick up everything he's saying though?
I mean, I'm familiar with what he's saying.
Well enough to interrupt. You know what? While we're at a stop, I would like to say I don't like when he does this. I call it fear mongering, where it's like worst case scenario for every situation.
Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, he's taken a lot of long jumps and reaches to paint the bleakest picture, i.e., if you got a gang over here and a gang over there and they 40 blocks away, well, now they right close to each other and they got to deal with it. I'm like, bro, that's not more likely to happen than it is less likely to happen. Like if it happens, then it happens. But he's painting that picture as if like, bro, gentrification is creating these conflicts.
Yeah.
When I don't believe that's the case across the board.
And not only that, I mean, like that's what LA's like. You know, LA can have gangs not that far from each other, within blocks of each other.
Chicago is like that too.
Yeah, so I mean, like, and again, I'm not
gentrification didn't create that.
Exactly.
No, Chicago, the homicide did go in early 2000 when they did knock down a lot of the projects in the city. From what residents, people that live in Chicago, the conflict did raise a little bit. Not even a little bit, it raised a lot.
What's y'all's opinion on gentrification as a whole? Not to take too far of a step off, but if gentrification, in my opinion, my personal opinion, when gentrification is moving out a negative element that's affecting our community, I don't actually see it as a bad thing. If it's improving the overall neighborhood, I understand the worry that it would be moving us out, but if the us that's in there need to be moved out for the good of the overall community, I don't see it as that big of a problem. I don't think all gentrification checks all those boxes, but some of them do. If you're knocking down a project that's a stronghold for negative black examples for our children, is basically a factory for gangsters. You grow up in a certain area where you don't see a lot of other things because the projects are encapsulated. it's a segregated part of the city. You only see one thing. That's all you know. You knock down the projects, you expose those kids who grew up in that area to more. I don't necessarily see that as a negative.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the gentrification is, real estate investors. A lot of them, a lot of prominent Black real estate investors have gotten, wealthy off of the gentrification process. Some of them try to go out of the way to keep it Black to whatever extent they can, but in general, what's happened in white flight took place in the past. Now, a lot of that close to downtown area is premium real estate, obviously, because of its location. And people are going over there, buying those properties from people. People are getting, in some cases, getting paid a decent amount of money. In some cases, not so much. They're taking those properties, flipping them, making the places modern. And as they're building Chick-fil-A's and Longhorn Steakhouses, and depending upon what part of the country you live in, and the real estate's going up, the property taxes are going up in those areas, and so
but I think,
that's the process.
I think part of the complaint from the community is that when that type of stuff happens, certain people that look like us can't afford to live there. My thing is, I just don't like when people paint gentrification as conceptually negative as opposed to situationally negative.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's an excellent point. And I want to go back to your previous point with Dr. Umar as far as him doing the fear mongering, and it's all this kind of ties into propping himself up as a messiah, because if there's no crisis, there's no need for a messiah, right?
There's no need for a savior.
Yeah. There's no need for it. And so a part of that is, and it's a distinction that me and Enos have discussed before about the difference between, fear is natural to human beings, but there's a difference between paranoia and a rational,
there you go. Right.
And a rational caution. Being cautious of certain things from a rational perspective. And the difference is a paranoia has no rhyme or reason behind it. The person's not providing you any type of metrics or rubric in order to be able to measure, whatever your perceived danger is against a real danger. So you're just stuck in paranoia.
It creates that fear on a wholesale, on a across the board scale, as opposed to people who want to dig into it. So let me find out about gentrification. Let me find out the negatives and the positives, and see if the negatives outweigh the positives, or vice versa. Where the way Umar is painting it is like gentrification is bad for Black people.
Yeah.
And Black people that are not willing to do their own research look at that and be like, gentrification is bad. When really a lot of those Black people in the community, we're talking about single mothers who have children. We're talking about people who want their kids to get out of a certain type of situation or a certain environment. Like, those types of things are good for them, even if they can't live in the same area, right? Because now when they gentrify, they're just not kicking people out. They're offering people money. They're offering people to move to different places. A change of scenery is often was often unavailable to those certain demographics before. Like, I live here because I have to live here. But when gentrification comes in, if you got a young child, a young man child, for example, and you're a single mother, you now have the opportunity to take your child out of the environment where he was almost certainly, right, if you're a working mother, he was almost certainly going to become what's outside, because he didn't have any other opportunity. He didn't have any other examples. Now you can move him somewhere else. It'll be struggle, right? Life is hard. I didn't say it should be easy, but the opportunities are now different with gentrification. And that's just an example. I'm not saying, for the audience, I am not saying all gentrification is good or bad. I'm pointing out that the way gentrification is vilified conceptually is misleading.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, how it's presented sometimes, especially with the audience is saying that. You got to be careful of that, because it is putting preconceived notions in a lot of the listeners' heads that's not willing to do the research. And I want to also add what I was saying earlier. Sometimes sometimes we can argue that gentrification is not solely based on race. I guess you can make an argument about that, but we have to consider it as
Consume. Yeah.
Um,
I know what you're saying. Let me.
Isms.
It
What's the other ism?
is. It's basically rich
I
versus
forgot the ism.
poor. We all
Yeah,
had
basically that. Yeah, basically
we
that.
all had
But,
a brain fart there.
yeah.
Is it
So we got
elitism? No, it's not
not
elitism.
elitism. Not capitalism. Start with a C. What I'm trying to say.
Classism.
Classism. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
We could argue it's classism. So that's what we have to.
I would
keep that
argue
in
it's
mind.
classism.
Yeah.
Because it's not. I honestly don't think it's about stamping out the black race. I think it's about stamping out the poor. It just so
so happens
happens.
these neighborhoods are majority of the
Are
people
yeah.
that's in these
Hey
neighborhoods
y'all,
are black.
just
So
we got a comment. Have y'all read or saw videos about Umar scamming folks about that school he's building? It's definitely fear mongering.
Yeah, we definitely. Well, I agree with that. I haven't read a whole bunch about him scamming or done any real research, but I have heard it floating around the internet. So
yeah,
I mean,
haven't
all
read
I
it.
know is he's been talking about it for mad long, and I've launched buildings before with major corporations. They don't take that long to stand up nothing.
Nah, school.
Yeah,
It should take some time for school, though. I give them that. This is something that is different, especially for somebody like somebody
shout
like
out to Lord
Umar.
Jamar.
So I will say this about Umar. You know, in our history, a lot of the so-called black leaders are usually given to us. Sometimes from a political party, a lot of times the liberal, and it's safe to say, and we have to give Umar props for him to be grassrooted and able to get as much money he has, what he says he has. Because if you're doing things on GoFundMe, I mean, you know, you can get charged with fraud or whatever. So he hasn't been charged with any of those. Hasn't been charged at all with fraud or anything. So I'm gonna have to assume that he's doing a legal business, you know, legitimate business. But y'all go
I think
ahead.
based on the
Y'all want to say
evidence,
something? Y'all go ahead.
yeah. I don't actually have a problem with Umar. I think, excuse me, I think his motivations are pure. I think I have more of a problem with his technique, the way he goes about it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, facts. I'll save my comment about the school until we get further in. So I know we're gonna go over that a little bit more later on.
All right. So y'all ready to get back?
Yeah.
All right.
They wanted to. But now, guess what? Where they hung out at, that's been reclaimed by the whites. So they have to move closer to you. So the reason why you see an intensification in violence in all the cities where there's gentrification is the gentrifiers don't care about community conflict. They don't care about gang zone. And so what's happening is we're being forced to operate in the same neighborhoods. And that's another reason why we see such a drastic spike in crime in Chicago and Philly.
Can you tell us when did you first take interest in Pan-Africanism?
Yes, sir. 4th grade. My parents divorced when I was in the 3rd or 4th. And where I lived at in North Philadelphia, we was living in Carolina with my father for a while in the military. When we came back to North Philly, I was born in North Philly. We came back to North Philly. As you know, your elementary school is assigned based on your address. And so the George G. Meade Elementary School that I attended at 18th and Oxford Street, named after a Caucasian Civil War general, it just so happened that year that I enrolled in the 4th grade, or my mother enrolled me there, they had a Black history class. It was not citywide. Philly would be the first city to institute mandatory Black history, but it didn't exist then. It just so happened that white principal and that Black vice principal somehow, some way gave us a Black history class, 4th and 5th grade. They took it away in the 6th. So for those 2 years, Mrs. Green, who was the Black history teacher, she was my introduction into Black culture, Black consciousness, and public speaking. So there was a Black history public speaking contest, which I entered both grades, 4th and 5th. So 9 and 10 years old, I won first place. I never shut up since. And right around the corner from that elementary school, coincidence.
I might have to pull it back a little bit because he's going to go into talking about his public speaking, you know, and I think that's going to be really good to cover too. But before we get to that point, there is some research out there that suggests that Black people tend to do better intelligence, IQ wise, test score wise, when they're not attached to their history. Another way of saying that, when they're they don't know that much of a distinction between them and the dominant society. And this is not talking about America specifically. This is talking about outside of America. This is particular example that I'm referencing is that when Black people don't know that they're Black, or I won't say they don't know they're Black.
They don't realize that it matters.
Black. Yeah, like, I mean, the best example I want to use is
historically.
Yeah, Carlton versus Fresh Prince, right? So Carlton, and you know, obviously, some versions of him didn't know he was even Black, right? He was smart, straight A student, high SAT scores, high BAB scores, all that kind of stuff. And he wasn't like his dad, who grew up in the hood and came out of it. He was a kid raised pretty much in suburbia, you know, with a crazy amount of affluence, right? So I'm saying that to say that, and when it comes to people like that, there are some studies that suggest that when Blacks don't know about this connection they have to the past, and they're just focusing on the immediate future, and they assimilate more into dominant culture, and they take on the values of the dominant culture around them, they tend to do better IQ-wise, and they tend to do better test score-wise. So again, I'm not saying that's better overall. I'm not making the case that's better overall. I'm just saying, monetarily speaking, or scholastically speaking, there is some studies that suggest that that's better for the Black person than to be connected to their ancestral past.
Based on your example of Carlton, I think that would be closer connected to his affluence than it would be to his color or anyone's color in that situation. I only say that because, well, I'll ask this question before I continue. Well, does that same concept apply to a Black child who grows up around poor white children and doesn't realize? Do they excel, or is Carlton's?
But before I answer your example real quick, and I'll get to your example, so please don't think I'm trying to avoid it. But I want to address what you said, which was, is it more based off his affluence or his lack of connection to Black culture? He had Will Smith living in the same household who did not assimilate into dominant white culture like he did, but they both had the same affluence.
Correct.
So they both had the same affluence. Will Smith still was having Trey or Ice Cube, whatever his name was, flying out to come see him. He still dressed like he was from Philly. He still wore his hair like he's from Philly, right? And he didn't have the test scores that Carlton had. He didn't have the vocabulary that Carlton had. He didn't have any of that
Carlton
stuff.
grew up with that affluence and that environment. For
sure. So again, it's not going to be a perfect picture, and if we're saying that distinction.
Well, I'm asking if it applies across the board, and when I say across the board, not like 100% out of 100%, but does it apply for a Black child who grew up in affluence, which would naturally, in America at least, put him around more affluent Caucasian children? Does it apply in that situation the same way it would apply to maybe someone who goes to a predominantly white school in the country somewhere, where you're not rich, you just don't realize that the differences between you and the folks around you matters that much? So is it more colorism? Not colorism. That's not the phrase I'm looking for. Is it more race based, or is it more income based? I.e., if I'm rich, some of the barriers that affect poor people in my that look like me, they don't affect me.
Well, from my understanding of the study, even Black kids that grow up in affluence don't do as well as their white counterparts in that same neighborhood, SAT wise or grades wise. So I don't think it's the affluence. I think that if you're a Black kid in suburbia still watching Medea TV shows and the Parkers, people of our generation, right? With a working vocabulary that's probably high school level at best.
Okay.
Versus a Black kid who's watching. What's your show you like to watch? With those smart guys on there. Milton. What's the? Because I'll use Frasier and Seinfeld as an example, but the Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory, yeah, so I like that.
Listen to the robust vocabulary in Big Bang Theory,
Yes.
versus the vocabulary when you're watching a Tyler Perry TV show.
No, I agree. I definitely agree. And those shows are catering to different demographics. So to your point, you're essentially saying it doesn't have as much to do with affluence as it has to do with race, according to that study.
I would say
culture.
What
okay.
Culture you assimilate? What culture are you?
Okay.
Because this culture,
I will take that.
Yeah, because this culture is going to cultivate you, right?
That makes more sense.
Black folks watch more TV than anybody else.
Right. We do consume more media.
Yeah, and so we're watching movies and TV shows that we identify with the culture there. So if you have a black kid who his favorite shows tend to be the most popular shows, which are the predominantly white shows, right? So he's watching Friends as opposed to Living Single. I watch Living Single. I'm not saying that this applies to me necessarily, but I'm just saying that you're going to notice a difference in their diction at some point.
The vocabulary, the way they speak, and the way they carry themselves.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And Dr. Umar, we got a question saying, "Why is that?" By the bars, the rapper himself from back in the day, Marcus, the rapper.
Yeah, I remember he cooked you in the game room one time.
He was the coldest, man.
Shout out to Marcus. I still remember.
Hey, ask him to expound on his question. Why is what?
Yeah, he can hear us on there. So yeah, maybe he'll put something in there or whatever. Maybe we gotta put a link out and get him to join the show. But yeah. So anyways, there's studies that show black kids, and Dr. Umar's going to cover this as well in this one I believe. But black kids, I don't know, the numbers aren't going to be exactly accurate because I'm going off my memory. But like from 4 to 6, black kids have the similar IQs to white kids, other Asian kids, whatever the kind of kids there are. By the time that kid's like 8 years old, his IQ has dropped below the other kids, of other ethnicities, and what the studies seem to show is because now this kid is watching shows and being influenced by a certain culture that has different values than maybe the dominant, we can call it white culture, pop culture.
I want to make two distinctions. First,
I'm gonna read Marcus's question after you make the distinctions. Go ahead.
Okay. First, for the audience, I want to clarify that we are purposely differentiating between race and culture. Oftentimes, they're closely tied together, but in this particular case, we're talking about how you grow up, in what environment you grow up, as opposed to how you look.
The reason.
Secondly, in my opinion, I don't think that we are. I'm not saying, and I don't think Vulcan is saying that we should switch. Right? I don't think they're saying we should give up our culture. My opinion is we should just be encouraged to expand it
or examine it.
Well, I would say this. I am, and we're going to get to this question here shortly, but I am in some saying we should shed major components of the culture, and the reason why is because in the totality of the culture,
right,
some elements of the culture is antithetical to intellectual progress.
I agree with that, but I think you can. I think you can maintain your identity while also expanding your intellect. So when I say I'm still going to watch Fresh Prince, but I'm also going to watch Seinfeld.
But
I'm not gonna trade them. I'm not gonna give up Fresh Prince for Seinfeld. Sure.
But in the show, the parody was Carlton. Maybe the parody should have been Will Smith.
Understood. I think they show in that particular show, and I understand what you're saying. So let me state that first. I do understand what you're saying, but in that particular show, I think they showed multiple parallels where one was better than the other, and vice versa, and not person but situation, culture wise. Yeah. And I think that show actually did a good job of identifying and exemplifying my point, whereas culture over intellect or vice versa is not the answer. I think it's a combination and an expansion, right? Because oftentimes there was episodes where Carlton had to understand where he came from, either from Will or from his father. And then there was oftentimes where Will was learning a lesson where it's like, yeah, where you came from shouldn't shape you indefinitely. There's other things out there.
Yeah, and some of those values inhibit your social mobility in the future. But I want to put a
Correct.
pin in that, and I want to read Marcus's comment here. It says,
Yeah, go ahead.
How can a black kid and a white kid grow up under the same circumstances socioeconomically, yet have two wildly different outcomes? You know, so you want to tackle that first, or you want to fresh? How you want to go?
Go ahead,
Like I said,
I read it again. Should I read it again?
Yeah. For the audience.
Yeah, for the audience. How can a black kid and a white kid grow up under the same circumstances socioeconomically, yet have two wildly different outcomes?
Well, I think we touched that earlier. You heard Vulcan say this and Fresh, you know, culture-wise. The reason why Fresh made a good point about separating race and culture. The Nigerians and Black Americans are the same race, but they have two different cultures. And they have two different outcomes in their career, the way they live. So that's another example. That's one of the examples you can go off of.
And they live in the same neighborhood a lot of times.
To simplify the example, Darius did a good job of explaining it. To simplify it a little bit more, poor white kids are watching Friends and Seinfeld, while poor black kids are watching the Parkers, Tyler Perry shows, things that glorify the identification. While yes, this is how I grow up, this is what I recognize, I identify with this. They're glorifying it as if this is what's supposed to be happening, as opposed to identifying it as something you want to get out of. In our culture, I don't know any other culture that ostracizes intellect like ours.
And you see that. I don't want to keep harping on that show, the show Fresh Prince. But you see that play out where when Don Cheadle's character comes to visit Will Smith.
Ice pick, man. Come on, man.
Okay, hold on.
Show your work, man. Show your work. I'm from the culture.
Yeah. So Marcus is saying, so we recognize that the issue is definitely culture. Question mark.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And that's why I wanted to make the differentiation for the audience, that we're not saying that it's a black-white thing as opposed to a difference in local culture.
And I want to speak to that point. I oftentimes see this in these conversations, even by people who are intellectual. They tend to equivocate the ethnicity and or race and the culture. So they'll say, "You're not acting black. Black is not an act that you can do. It's like saying you're acting two. Not to the age, but to the number. I should say you're acting purple. You know,
or you acting white because you use proper diction."
Yeah, and so I'm saying is that you can't act a color. You can act a certain culture, and by that you mean that the dominant white culture tends to articulate themselves better, and I'm in step with that. Then for sure, then you're saying that I'm acting more along the lines of, and so he's putting the hands up thing. So he's definitely on board with that right there.
All right.
So that's a major distinction, and so I want to make one little quick example because I love black shows and white shows, like I'm sure all of us do here. You know, I watched Seinfeld and Frasier, but I also watched Martin and Fresh Prince. I watched, We're Brothers, and was the income.
Happy and we're singing and we're colored. Give me a high five.
But I could watch on the Medea TV show where they'll say somebody will be blabbering and be like, "You ain't talking about nothing," right? Then I can see in Seinfeld them saying, "I'm tired of poring over the mundane minutia of everyday life." They both say the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But one of them was going to be on my SAT test my junior year in high school.
Right.
And one of them is how my family speaks.
Right.
And it's not going to help me communicate in a job interview in the future.
Correct. It's not going to help you. That. And from a parental standpoint, we all have kids. But from a parental standpoint, your job as a parent is to prepare your child for outside. Even if you disagree with how outside runs, right? If you agree or if you feel like, hey, the white man is out to get us outside, let's just say that's true. You should be preparing your child to survive in that jungle as opposed to preparing them to to hide from it or to scoff at it, because all you're doing is crippling them for reality. If you ensconce your child in our culture without exposing them to what's really going on outside, you're doing that child a disservice. You're crippling them as an adult, because you're not always going to be able to protect them the same way you would when they're a child.
One thing I heard a prominent scholar online say: don't treat your children nicer than the world will treat your children.
Thank you.
You know, and I think that kind of goes alongside with what you're saying right there. But I want to let the audience know, feel free to send your questions. I'm reading the questions on Facebook. I'm about to make sure I'm starting to read the questions on YouTube as well. But if you have any questions, feel free to send them in there. We love to tackle a lot of the things that people have in their minds and stuff like that. We'll do our best. So let's keep the video going.
Interact with the people.
I want to make.
All right. You ready to get back into it?
People's champ. Shout out to the Rock.
All righty. Here we go.
Contest, which I entered both grades, 4th and 5th. So 9 and 10 years old, I won first place. I never shut up since. And right around the corner from that elementary school, coincidentally, was the international headquarters of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. So this is the Marcus Garvey movement, the organization that gave us the red, black, and green flag, largest black organization of all time. Malcolm X come out of there. Elijah Poole, who became Elijah Muhammad, came out of there. Many of your other black nationalist organizations leaders were members of the Garvey movement. And ironically, where my mother bought my shoes from, my sneakers, Hollywood sneaker store, no longer stands, was right next door to the Garvey movement. So my entire childhood, my mother was buying my footwear right next door to the Garvey movement, but I never knew it was the Garvey movement because it had no sign. So when I graduated from undergrad, Millersville University, Lancaster County, PA, I get back to North Philly. I'm walking up the street one day because I was a member of the NAACP of Philadelphia. I started the college chapter at Millersville University, and I see Garvey's picture in the window. I see the red, black, and green. So I'm thinking some new people just moved in with some consciousness. Elder Johnny Gossett walks out, rest in peace to him. He's an ancestor now. In fact, all the elders who raised me in the Garvey movement, all but 1 or 2 are ancestors. And he said, can I help you? Because I'm staring at the picture of Garvey. And I said, what's going on in this building? He said, this is the UNIA ACL. Come back at 3 o'clock. We'll teach you all about it. So Mr. Garvey organization back in Jamaica in 1914, the mass meetings were held Sundays at 3 o'clock, and they still are more than 100 years later. So I came to the mass meeting. I was, I want to say 22, 21, 22. This is right after the Million Man March, maybe a year or 2 after the Million Man March.
Did we just jump forward in the video? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I feel like we just jumped ahead in the video.
You think so? I don't think we did. The last thing, because James said he was going to talk more about. We had 7 minutes, 7 minutes and 23 seconds.
Okay, yeah. It was getting choppy.
I know talking about at one point he was talking about like he was a great orator in school.
And then it jumped ahead to the Million Man March. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it jumped ahead, but I know that we didn't get to that part.
Hey, why Umar sitting on that couch like somebody girl at a party sitting between 2 dudes? Got his knees together and everything.
Wow. No, but I kept
hey.
Yeah, I kept it. The video was on pause. I actually rewinded the video 5 and 10 seconds. I remember James said we wanted to be able to hear his next point. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, maybe I missed it. But because my point, I don't know if he probably already said at this point, but I just want to say one thing I always respected about Dr. Umar, and he talks about in this video, is how great of an orator he is. His ability to communicate his points is top tier. You know, he talks about he's been gifted in that way since he was a young person. So
you just said that. He just said that, didn't he?
I think James is addressing that point.
Oh, okay. I just
which makes me feel even
Ready to
more
get
of a
back
way
into it?
because he doesn't have to communicate the way he does. He has a skill set to communicate more effectively, and which gives people a choice. He doesn't. I don't think he has to use fear mongering. I think it's a tactic.
Yeah, and again, when I'm hearing fear mongering, I'm saying using paranoia as opposed to a healthy caution about things that are dangerous that we should
Yeah.
be watchful of.
You know what though? Let me say something about that real quick. And this is going to sound wild, but it's also going to be indicative of the way I see why Umar communicates that way. I work in safety. In safety, a healthy percentage of my job is protecting people from themselves, right? When I say that, I am saying I have to plan for the lowest common denominator. My military folks will feel this. We've had
Yeah,
so many safety briefings in our careers that sound ludicrous. They sound like something we would never do, right? But when you're dealing with a large organization, you
yeah,
have to plan and speak to the lowest common denominator, i.e., hey, nobody go out into the town and get a stripper pregnant. All right. There's several people, the vast majority of that organization is going to feel like
the,
I would never do that. The problem is
the
somebody
military
did
is
do
similar
that.
in that way. The military is similar.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
in the
Somebody did
military is
do
similar in
that.
that way.
So when you have to plan for the lowest common denominator, right? The lowest intellectual level in your organization, you have to address things down there, right? Because you have
Yeah,
to make sure, like, so you're counting on the higher intellect individuals to be able to police themselves. Uh, thank you. Be able to police themselves accordingly.
that better be T.
I mean, it might be some tea in there. Uh, um, that being said, while I don't I may understand, I feel like that's how Umar communicates with the black community, but I I don't agree with it while I understand it because I feel like he's communicating the way he communicates with us because he feels like most of us aren't intelligent enough to have the real discourse with. So it's like I could have this conversation with y'all, but I don't think y'all will be able to get it. I would rather just, I would
Oh
rather
yeah,
just say, don't touch the stove, right?
there's videos online where he repeats himself 3 times. Come to Detroit on the 6th, I'll be going over blah blah blah. Come to Detroit on the 6th, I'll be going over blah blah blah. He
Yeah,
literally there's videos of parodies and about him doing that kind of thing because he looks at his audience as being low hanging fruit as a general as a general principle for himself.
right.
But
So
sorry, go ahead.
the technique and the tactic is effective, which if you look at his following, you can see. But the
Yeah,
reasoning, the motivation behind using that tactic says you don't think that the majority of us of the
yeah,
community, your
you're gonna
target
see it.
audience is intelligent enough to have the higher level conversation, to actually converse with you about it. Like, let's have
Yeah,
a real conversation. I don't think enough of y'all are intelligent
yeah,
enough to do that. So I'm gonna just tell you,
yeah.
it's scary outside. Don't go out there.
But
As we're gonna
is
watch
there
the
some
video.
truth to that? Is there some truth? Because a lot of times when I'm reading a lot of the comments in his videos, the record, I hear the same thing in the comments. He doesn't have people on his level interviewing him. So,
No, no,
Yeah,
like,
there is
that's what I
some
was gonna
truth
is it
to
say.
it.
true? Okay.
That's what I was gonna
Yeah.
say. Like you're gonna hear this guy that he's interviewing him mispronounce. I think like simultaneously, or he
Nah,
mispronounces.
it's not simultaneously. It's another word, but he does mispronounce
I
it.
can't remember what word it was, but he mispronounced like 3 or 4 words. I think he mispronounced a word already. I think it was Pan African. He couldn't say Pan African. And I'm not saying this to insult the young man who's interviewing him. I'm saying that Dr. Umar is going to brag on how he's intellectually superior to all the people around him, and that nobody can handle his intellectual prowess and his respective discipline.
But
And when he talks about
he's
it,
not sparring with people who can match
he's
his
not
intellect.
sparring with
He's cherry
the top
picking.
line. Yeah,
He's cherry picking.
which
He
which
doing
which
what
is
he
called
doing what they say Floyd did.
and just so the audience knows, that's called reference group bias.
Go
Reference
Google it.
group bias. So y'all need to Google it
I'm telling you, listen, we about learning. Go Google it.
So
say it again, James.
I'm gonna give you a little snippet. Reference group bias. Reference group bias is whenever you base something off a certain reference group, and that's where you draw your comparison for where you or somebody else may stand. For an example, if I'm playing basketball with a bunch of first graders as a 30-something-year-old man, I'm like LeBron and Michael Jordan out there. So somebody
and I'm gonna tell people I cooked.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell people I cook. People ask me, how good are you? Man, I'm the best one I play with. I mean, ain't nobody I play with better than me. And it's true.
Right.
For that reference group.
Oftentimes that's how political surveys are conducted. They go to an area, or they go to a demographic where they feel like the answers, there you go, my man. They feel like the answers or the opinions of the people in that demographic are going to align with the pre-chosen opinion or perspective. And then they're going to come back and say, hey, we interviewed 100 people, and out of those 100 people, 95 of them agree with me.
Yeah, the only time I've really seen Dr. Umar get challenged was when he went on the Roland Martin show. When Roland Martin, who's a very smart man, and his panel that he had along with them, they were able to spar with Dr. Umar on his level, slightly below or slightly better.
Didn't you say that descended into name calling though?
It did descend into name calling, and you know, I won't even go into that because I don't want to get back to the video because we still got a lot of video to cover. But I'll just say yes, it did. It did. If anybody want to check that out, Roland Martin, Dr. Umar Johnson, check it out. You know, he was on the panel with a bunch of people who were maybe 5 or 6 people who were just as intelligent or around the same intelligence as him, and it ended up being a name calling session. And the thing is, when you look at other intellectuals, I won't name these intellectuals because people have varying opinions about these guys. But if you're a scientist, if you're, let me switch gears and say this one point right here. Economist, historian said this, and it was really fitting. He goes, if an engineer is not good at what he does, or if he's okay, we're going to know because his byproduct is going to be demonstrable in front of us. It's going to be visible. If a chess champion, he's going to win or he's going to lose. An NBA player is going to win or going to lose. When people talk about social issues, it's not going to be testable. It's not falsifiable. So when Dr. Umar is saying socially the world should be like this, socially the world should be like that, right? When he's saying that kind of a thing, there's no way for us to test his theories. I'm not saying he's wrong about everything he's saying, but there's no way to demonstrate it. When he says the white power structure does this, black people need to get this, that's all theory. It's all theory. Right. And so guys in that space, if they're not working in collaboration with other intellectuals, having their stuff peer reviewed, having their stuff vetted, having those who are just as much abreast on the issue as they are to cross-reference them, or iron sharpen iron, then they're going to be woefully out of the loop on what's happening, and they're not going to be prepared to be actually in the academic or intelligentsia with the other greats because they don't have the same level of competition. Competition will bring out the best out of you.
Historically, Dr. Umar frames his point of view as the answer as opposed to an answer. Oftentimes he's not willing to be open to other perspectives. It's just either it's my way or you not for the people. And I'm not saying that's his viewpoint. I'm saying it comes off of that as that oftentimes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, especially when you hear people. Y'all can hear me, fine?
Yeah, I
can see what you're saying, especially when people are disagreeing with him in his comments. And he's like blocking you or name calling McCoon. Yeah, sometimes it can come off that way. Yeah, I can see.
So I want to read a few comments when y'all are ready. So we got
go ahead.
We got Marcus saying, "Wow, I feel that and hate that at the same time, but I get it because I feel the same because I really be outside." We got Lamar Anderson. Shout out to Lamar Anderson, St. Philip's Days, baby.
Yeah.
He got Charleston White greater than Dr. Umar, and then you got Marcus said, "My boy said woefully out of the loop."
Where you learn them words from? Who taught you octagon?
Who taught you octagon? Shout out to Chris Rock. But yeah, let's dig back in the video. If y'all you know,
Right.
that's the point.
Let's go.
More than 100 years later. So I came to the mass meeting. I was, I want to say, 22, 21, 22. This is right after the Million Man March, maybe a year or two after the Million Man March. And I went there and I never left. And so here I am. I've been a member for about 25, 26 years. And the Garvey movement, just like Malcolm, just like Elijah Poole, just like Carlos Cooks, just like many other people came to the Garvey movement, it was the foundation of my public speaking career because my first out-of-city speaking engagements were done on behalf of the UNIA. And so then shortly after that, 2005, we're at the African American Museum in Philadelphia downtown, and myself and Dr. Julius Garvey, he's the younger son of Marcus Garvey. He's a thoracic surgeon in New York. There was an exoneration program to clear Marcus Garvey's name from the illegal charges placed on him by J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI in the early 1920s. Because although President Calvin Coolidge commuted his sentence in 27, which resulted in his deportation, they never removed the charges. So Dr. Garvey, his son, is still working to get those charges off of his father's name. So as a member of the UNIA at the time, I was Minister of Education and first vice president for the Philadelphia division. That's when I met Dr. Garvey. I was at the exoneration program. Young brother was there, said you need to go to Africa. I ended up going to Africa the next year, come back from Africa. I quit as Minister of Education and first vice president, still remaining a member. And 5 years later, I come to Chicago. Brother Dawa Yisrael, rest in paradise to him. He passed away last year, I believe. He said, you need to come to Chicago. I got a public access TV station. I can't get you up here, but I would love to interview. So I flew to Chicago, September 18th, 2010. That's the anniversary of Booker T. Washington's Atlanta Cotton Exposition speech. We did the interview. As we're leaving out, I asked Brother Dawa, I said, can I have a copy of that interview on the DVD? Brother Dawa said, it's the only one I got. I said, no problem. Mail me one later. Then at the last minute, he said, you know what? Take this one. He gives me the DVD. 6 weeks later, I'm speaking in Harlem, New York for the first time. National Black Theater, 125th and 5th. This is where Garvey, this is where Malcolm, this is where most of the Pan-Africanists had their start. So I have copies of the Chicago interview, September 18th, in my hand, October 30th, the night before Halloween in Harlem. And I disseminated that DVD there. And overnight, I became the biggest name in Black consciousness. 13 years later, I'm still the biggest name in Black consciousness.
Now, I want to just break down some of what you just shared with us. You kept mentioning UNIA.
Yes.
Which stands for Universal Negro Improvement Association.
And African Communities League, 7 letters.
Right. And can you kind of elaborate on exactly what Pan-Africanism is for those that don't know?
Absolutely. I would
Hey, pause it real quick before he goes into it.
4 principles, right? Number one.
Yes, sir.
I want to say this because I've seen this interview before, and I'm going to say this and we can move on. I don't want to discuss it right now, but at some point, I want to have already made my point. He's going to say, and I'm going to paraphrase, he's going to say that Pan-Africanism does not set itself against, or is not against like any religion, right? It's just saying you can do what you want to do, but you are Black first. He may not do it, but there's several Pan-African believers or subscribers that set Pan-Africanism in direct opposition to Christianity. The one of the bigger examples, or one of the most recent examples, there's a battle rapper named B Dot. If you watch battle rap, or you follow battle rap, we know B Dot lyrically is a beast, but he's also a staunch Pan-Africanist. He's battled several Christian-based battle rappers, and that conflict between the two belief systems is often the bulk of all of his rounds. He actually got famous. He actually went viral the first time, destroying a guy based on his belief in Christianity. that being said, I'm gonna just move on because he's gonna say a few things that are not necessarily supported in my experience with the Pan-African community. Go ahead.
But that could be just the followers, right?
It could be.
You
So
know,
I'm not knocking Pan-Africanism
well,
for it. I'm just saying.
I say some of the followers, because when you read Marcus Garvey's book, he mentioned that too. That was one of the things he advocated, that don't take the religion from. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but black people need to have a religion, whether they're Catholic, Christian. I think he was Catholic. I can't remember.
Right.
But yeah, some of the followers, they tend to do their own thing at times. But keep in mind, the way I look at Pan-Africanism is the way Umar probably look at Pan-Africanism is a political movement, not necessarily religion. And I guess I get what you're saying. Pan-Africanism is a political movement, but it comes off like it's a religion, though.
Correct.
So So
there's fervent about it. There's radical about it. In some places. I'm not knocking. Just like I don't think you can knock Christianity based on its most radical members.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not knocking Pan-Africanism
or any religion.
I'm just or any correct. I'm just saying, based on what he's saying and also what Garvey said, there's a lot of Pan-Africanist followers that don't either understand or don't share that belief.
Well, for my whole thing, so I want to read these comments first before I can jump back into it again. So we got Marcus saying that man has much game.
Who?
And he put, I'm assuming Dr. Umar Johnson. Then he sat up and sold himself in that whole dissertation.
He did. I noticed that the first time too. I said, "Man, he hyping himself up, boy. God damn."
That's the title of this show, and we haven't really covered that yet. So I want to really speak quick, which is it's exploring the Messianic complex, and then it has a parentheses ION because of course he's a Pan-African, so the complexion thing is really important for him. But the Messianic complex, everything that he's saying, is meant to prop him up as the next Messiah, and
as the one with the solution as opposed to a solution. Like my way is the way, guys.
Exactly. Some people might look at that and think of it as a bit of an extreme. But anytime somebody's saying their particular ideology is more potent and more encompassing than a spirituality, you're getting at the very basis of a human being's purpose and reason. At the bedrock of our perspective, our worldview is our spiritual beliefs. Whether you're atheistic, or nihilistic, you're agnostic, you're Christian, Muslim, whatever you are, that's your bedrock. And so,
can we say slash? Can we say slash philosophy?
Yeah, slash philosophy.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
if that's the case,
philosophies, your ontological philosophies, which are our spiritualities, the nature of things, like how we define things that can't be defined by other things. We start off with these beliefs, and so my thing is,
if we're gonna say ontological, can y'all hear me fine?
Yeah.
If we're gonna say ontological, it's safe to say is ontology. Dr. Umar's ontology is black existentialism. It's safe to say that.
Yeah,
so that's his bedrock's philosophy.
Yeah.
Y'all,
and that's a religion.
Yeah. So I might should pull that up. But go ahead. I didn't want to cut. Well, finish your statement.
Well, no, go ahead. I want to go into the bit because he hasn't really said. Has he really said it yet, or we kind of prematurely kind of?
Nah, we're in the intro part still, but he's about to go into Pan-Africanism, which I think will be beneficial for the audience if they're not familiar with the religion. He does a good job of explaining the core tenets.
Okay.
All right, here you go. Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
All African people are one family. Whether you're light skinned with straight hair, whether you're dark skinned with nappy hair, whether you're in Brazil speaking Portuguese, whether you're in Chicago speaking Ebonics, whether you're in London speaking the King's English, whether you in
Listen
South
to this
Africa
colorist.
speaking Zulu or Nigeria speaking Igbo, if you're in Kenya speaking Maasai, we one race. It don't matter what the religion is. It don't matter what the nationality is. It don't matter what the complexion is, the hair color, one people. And we believe that we should identify as African people first, above and beyond anything else. So you're not a Christian who happens to be black. You're a black man who happens to be a Christian. And why is that? You chose Christianity. People leave the church every day. People leave the mosque every day.
Yeah, I want to speak to.
Keep going.
I mean, I was going to wait till he finishes because I don't want to cut him off midpoint and drag this thing out longer. It needs to be dragged out. But yeah, again, you know, it's a sleight of hand in a sense, like, you know, from especially from an Abrahamic perspective, you leave and cleave to your wife. You don't choose who your mom and your dad is, who even your kids are to a certain extent, or your siblings. You do choose who you build your family with. Mm-hmm. And from an Abrahamic religious perspective, that person becomes one person with you. And the reason why I say that, I'm just using that as to be analogous to this point about you don't choose to be black, but you choose, you know, your religion, right? Now the thing is, I can theologically dispute whether you choose your religion, but for humanly speaking, I have to agree with them on that, right? Humanly speaking, we're just so I wouldn't even split hairs about that point. But what I do want to say is this right here. What you choose is more says more about you than what you had no choice in. There's a lot of ascribed statuses about me that I didn't choose. My height, how you know, my hair texture, my eye color, right? Are all those on the same level as my blackness? Because based off what he's saying, if you don't choose it, then it's more important than your religion. How is my hair texture more important than my spirituality that I've chosen?
You think he's conceptually saying that across the board?
Well, the whole
that what you are is more important than what you choose, or
to me, for it to make sense, he'd have to be saying that, because if you're going to say that you're a black person that happens to be Christian, not a Christian that happens to be black,
right?
Now my whole thing is like that's not a good argument for why we should put our blackness over our spirituality. When the slaves were being enslaved by the slave master, going through rape, going through all kind of hardships, they weren't praying to their blackness and their melanin in their skin. They were praying to a deity above and beyond their horrible circumstances.
Right.
And so if the bedrock was our race, I would pray to my race. You see what I'm saying? If that was my color, my melanin, if that was the most important thing because I didn't choose it, or my height, or whatever else I didn't choose. But
do you think he's setting them against each other, or he's just prioritizing? And I'm just at this point I'm playing devil's advocate, because it doesn't sound like he's saying one over the, or he is saying one over the other, but not one or the other.
I'm saying you can't do it without the other. You can't to prioritize things. What we're doing is we're creating a hierarchy in our head, of what's most important, right? So
you're saying he is doing that, which I agree with you. He's saying saying black before race before religion. Mm-hmm. Where you're saying the opposite, or you're saying they hold equal ground?
Religion, I'm saying there's no context in which race or religion makes sense, because a race does not provide any type of ontological or epistemological or spiritual foundation to give us reason to wake up in the morning. We need something outside of time, space, and matter, i.e. spirituality, right?
Tracking.
That's what our slave ancestors use. Mm-hmm. That's what our moms and our parents and our grandparents use in difficult times in their life. They don't pray to their blackness. They don't go, well, you know, my blackness will get me through this. They go, I'm hoping God will get me through this. I'm hoping there's some being more powerful than myself that can see the end from the beginning that I cannot see. And that hope is going to get me through this troubled journey that I'm on.
Correct.
Eye color can't do that. Melanin can't do that. Height can't do that. So in what way can your color, your melanin, be a higher on the hierarchical structure of what's important in your life than your spirituality? It makes no sense.
I agree with that. I agree with that. The spirituality, what you believe in, and this is outside of whether you believe it's real or not, right? It's just the belief that we're talking about right now, and what the belief allows you as a person to do. It transcends the race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like I said, if he's an existentialist, then your existence precedes essence. So,
and I just want to say for the audience,
hey Darius, bring up that definition.
Yeah, and
you said black existentialist. Bring that up.
Yeah,
if you don't
audience,
mind.
feel free to bring up the Black existentialist, and audience, feel free to leave comments, ask any kind of questions you might have, because it's not just to go over Dr. Umar's interview, which he's a great orator and he does a really good job explaining his beliefs. We're not here to deride him or to disrespect him in any kind of way. We're here to point out the good and the bad, point out the sophistry, point out the things that are just good rhetoric, because he's a great orator.
It's just examination. We just
examination.
giving a deeper look.
That's it.
And if only because oftentimes, because he's such a great orator, right? Because he is pro-black, I don't think enough people are actually looking deeper.
Well, let me. That's 100% true, but it's also because his circuit is not the most intellectually astute. Like,
right.
I'm just going to give examples. I'm not saying whether I agree with these people or don't agree with them. When you watch Ben Shapiro, Dr. Jordan Peterson, Roland Martin, Larry Elder, Don Lemon, whoever it is you see that's debating issues like socioeconomic issues, racial issues, they're bringing on the best and the brightest around the world. So they have to have their ducks in a row, whether they win or they lose.
Correct.
Dr. Umar is not traveling in those circuits.
No, he's on DJ University, and that's not a slight to DJ University, but DJ University isn't intellectually staunch enough to challenge Dr. Umar's theories, whether right or wrong. He can't challenge them at this point. He's just asking questions. Like, hey, he's giving him a platform to get his message out there, as opposed to challenging or asking him to go deeper or explain deeper. It's just like, hey, what are you about? Give us your message. He's not giving any pushback on any of his points.
Yeah, that's
chill.
So we can just read this real quick and then get back to the video.
Yeah, it's a school of thought that critiques the domination and affirms the empowerment of Black people in the world, although it shares the world existentialism, and that philosophy's concerns with existence and meaning in life is predicated on the liberation of all Black people of the world from oppression. It may be seen as a method which allows one to read works by African American writers such as W. Du Bois, James Baldwin, and Ralph Ellison. In an existentialist frame, Lewis Gordon argues that the Black existentialism is not only essential, you gotta help me with that, philosophy produced for the Black philosophers, but also the thought that addresses the intersection of problems of the existence in Black context.
Future references, because of your mouth surgery, we can let me freshly read from now on. But
but chill. He did a good job. Get out of here.
Yeah, with your mouth surgery, your voice isn't the same, and you kind of have a little bit of a slur there or something. So,
bro, 50 Cent got better after his surgery, bro. Get off.
I was gonna read it again for the audience, but that's cool. They can take a look.
Oh, you want to? Yeah.
No, they can Google it. They can Google it on their phone. Let's move on to the video.
All right, let's go. All right, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
People leave the Jehovah Witness temple every day. People renounce their U.S. citizenship every day. People become citizens of countries they had no affiliation with every day. But what is the one thing you belong to that you can never change? It's your racial group membership. And who chose your racial group membership? Almighty God. So for us, being African is the most spiritual and it is the most sacred identity you can have, because it is fixed by God and you can never change it. So that's
you see that right there? But hey, look, let's pause that right. Let's pause that right there. So when he says that being Black is the most spiritual, he is in effect saying Black is a spirituality. You see what I'm saying? So he's saying that your spirituality as a Black person should supersede your spirituality, whether you're Muslim, Hindu, Zoroastrian, whatever it is, you worship Thor, or Zeus. He's saying that it goes above that. And the issue with that is this: if Blackness is the highest spirituality for Black people, whiteness is the highest spirituality for white people, yellowness, or brownness is the highest spirituality for them. Where does that lead? And my whole thing about him, I'm not here to dispute whether he's right or wrong about that point. I want the audience to hear. These are competing religions. These are competing spiritualities. But his spirituality that he's pushing on the rest of us, or I shouldn't say pushing, that he's elucidating, and his broad audience is less vetted, right? It hasn't been around for centuries. There's no historical record, or there's no archaeological record of what he's talking about right here as black. I'm talking about black specifically as a spirituality. We know in Africa there's all kind of spiritualities, from South Africa to Western Africa to Northern Africa. There's a bunch of different spiritualities in place. My point is, but when he says black is a spirituality, the highest spirituality, he's asking people, I'm the prophet, I'm Muhammad. Black is the Islam. I am the prophet, and he's propping himself up in that way. So I want to read a comment here, and I want you to speak to it. By Marcus right here. The common folk get lost in the semantics if it's not spirit-led, but I feel it. Every race needs the Lord. And then shout out to Dr. Peterson, facts, but there is no competition, bro.
Hey, let me ask a question, or let me pose a question. Do you think that let me figure out how I'm gonna phrase this. Do you think that Dr. Umar is taking advantage of the fact that the vast majority of his target audience is not going to go actually do the research on what he's saying? Or do you think it's the onus is more on the target audience who prefers not to go do the research?
I think it's I think it's both, but I'd say even bigger than that. The audience, not only will they not do the research on what he's saying, one, because he's such an amazing communicator, and he's very intelligent, very knowledgeable.
Yeah.
And just like a lot of great leaders, we know how
Hitler was a genius. And I'm not comparing Umar to Hitler. I'm saying,
I wasn't gonna say that. I thought that in my head, but I wasn't gonna actually say it.
But I want to make the distinction because Hitler had a massive following. Just because he has a massive following, he's good at what he does, doesn't subsequently make him right. It doesn't make his point of view right.
And you can put a lot of right in there. There was a saying that says, to corrupt an entire ship's water supply, you only need less than you only need a couple spoonfuls of oil,
right?
To corrupt, and the quote the Bible would say, a little leaven leavens the whole lump.
100%.
So you heard it with G. Craig back in the day with a rat poison is 99% good ingredients. But that strict 9 will kill you dead.
It kill you dead.
And so I think with Dr. Umar, he's been a repository of information. I've learned a lot from him, and I will continue to do so. But we have to understand. I think he doesn't. I think he knows that his audience is not able to see the wolf behind the sheep. Like I am, and when I say wolf, I don't mean a wolf in negative. I want to say like if a religious guy gets up, if an imam from Islam or a pastor stands up, people already have preconceptions of what a pastor believes, what his biases are. A Buddhist, monk, whatever it is, we already know their biases, all that kind of stuff. So we look at them as a religious leader, and we're able to vet them a little differently because we know their background. When a lot of these guys, Dr. Umar types, come up, we don't know his religious beliefs that well because you can't, when you research it, not a lot of information comes up about it. Right. And so they dwell in, they live in ambiguity. So we don't know. Is he a scholar like what's a black Marcus Lamont Hill, or is he Jesse Jackson, or a religious figure, a Creflo Dollar? We don't know what category to put him in. But what I'm telling the audience is that he is a Creflo Dollar. He is a Rizza Islam. He's a guy who comes from a religious background. You may not know as well as your native religion is probably Christianity if you're in the Western world, but this guy should be looked at as a religious leader.
Because you're saying that's what he's trying to set himself up as.
He is setting himself up as that, and so you should look at its competing religions, the religion that you already have versus the religion he's offering you. Real
quick, let me semantically adjust part of the phrase that Vulcan said earlier. From most of his audience isn't able to most of his audience isn't willing to. I think we all walking around with the internet in our pockets. If we wanted to do a little bit of research, we could. Just most people are not willing to dig that deep. And we could. That's a subject for another pod because I have an opinion on why we don't do that.
But it's an art to researching too. That's what the show is about. It's an art to knowing what's wrong, what's right, and sometimes you
No,
gotta have the
100%. But
skills.
I think if you're willing to dig, you can learn that art. Like I don't think
Hmm.
any of
Yeah.
us are classically trained researchers. All of us just
Yeah.
decided one day we wanted to know more about something, and we had the uh the tools to do so. We have access to books, we have access to libraries, we have access to other people.
So
It's just we do the research and we put together we form our own opinions, which is, again, to reiterate what we're doing. We're not saying he's right or wrong. We're saying do your own research as opposed to just rocking with him because he's pro-black, which is a real problem in our country. If it's black, we with it, which is not always beneficial to the
yeah,
community
it's no different than
as a
if
whole.
you got a homegirl, or we'll say your sister, and the guy's being really nice to your sister, and you let your sister know, like, hey, look, he likes you. You're not hating. It's
Okay.
just like, look, all the nice stuff you're seeing from this guy, it's not just because he's some kind of amazing Samaritan. He likes you. And so I want you to know when you're addressing this guy and you're factoring in his characteristics, don't be beguiled by it. Know that this is a guy who's pursuing you, and so he's going to do those things that you need to do to pursue you. It may not be a reflection of his real character.
Yes, I agree with that.
So I'm saying Dr. Umar is a religious figure, and you should view him as a religious figure. He's not Marcus Lamont Hill. He's not Dr. Claude Anderson. These guys are guys who are intellectuals, scholars who have a perspective that can be critiqued. John Henry Clark, these guys have perspective that can be critiqued. They're right, they're wrong on some things.
Do you think he would classify himself as such?
I think that we're going to see here on this show, he definitely pedestalizes himself in that way to be a prophet, to be a Messiah. And
Yeah, but that's still really vague. That's still him operating ambiguity. I'm asking, do you think if somebody put the question to him, hey, do you see yourself as a religious leader? Do you think he would agree, or do you think he would dance on that?
I think that it depends on how intelligent the person asking him the question was. If he thought he could finagle his way, I think he would probably say no.
Okay, so you think he would
Yeah,
dance? Because I'm just talking about the question.
I think if we gave him a description of a messianic figure, and we gave him a
Okay.
description of just an everyday run-of-the-mill intellectual, and we had him, we just kind of mixed it all together where he didn't know the difference.
Compare and contrast.
And
You think he would pick the messianic figure?
We had him do multiple choice questions. His
Okay.
results would say messianic.
You think he would identify with messianic?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he would unknowingly, knowingly or not unknowingly, consider himself messianic. So,
Okay.
but let's keep the video going. Let's y'all have another point.
Right. Well, real quick before we start back in the video, the link you sent me, the Facebook link, is that saying I sent it to some of my guys. They said the feed is not coming up. Is that the right link? I just want to make sure when you sent.
Thought it was.
Okay. All right. Just making sure.
I mean,
But
maybe
he
it's
was
not.
wrong. Hey, ask it. Hey, Marcus is contributing heavily, bro. He's making some good points. See if you want to get on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You want to once we
I
finish?
told him if he wants to hop on, he told me he could.
Oh yeah, I'm just putting that out
You
there.
You
want
gotta
to-
spit a verse though, dog.
Yeah,
You gotta spit a verse though. But go ahead.
Let's
We
for the
good.
show. All right. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, hold
so-called
on.
Native American.
Man,
Negroes.
this dude.
Let me read the comments. Read the comments real quick. Just make sure we
All
have
right.
the comments. So we got Marcus says, but there is no competition, bro. I said that earlier, and he is false in his competition. I don't think he cares. I think he's saying I don't think he cares as far as like how he's leading the people, and so are all of your brothers. What I was saying is I believe in you, brothers, more than I believe in Dr. Umar. I love you, brother. So that's what Marcus was saying.
So hey, Marcus, you think it's a money grab? You think he don't care where he's leading us? He's just trying to get money. Like what would be his motivation if he's not? And I don't care either way. I'm just asking what you think.
Let's play the video and he'll respond when he was.
Yeah, let him. Yeah, he can respond to comments.
We'll try to get Marcus on at the end of the video. Let's run through this. You ready?
All right. Yeah.
All right, peace.
African people in America who say I'm not from Africa. I was already here. I'm a Cherokee. I'm a Choctaw. I'm a Seminole. This, we completely reject that foolishness. Even though you might have a Native American ancestor or two, I have some Native American ancestors. But guess what? If you have 4 grandparents and 8 great-grandparents and 16 great-great-grandparents and 32 great-great-great-grandparents and 64 great-great-great-great-grandparents and 108 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents, how many of them was Native American? You're telling me all 108 of your 5 times great-grandparents were Native Americans? That's an absolute lie.
Hey, we just had somebody, a guest on the last couple pods that believe the same thing, right? That believe him and his ancestors didn't originate in Africa. I forgot his name. It was YDG, right?
YDG.
Okay.
Yeah, he was saying the same thing.
Okay.
Shout out to YDG.
But most of your family tree is black. If you so Native, why do you look like the same people in Nigeria? If you so Native, why do you look like the same people in Kenya? If you so Native, why do you look like the same people in Togo, in Benin? The Native Americans don't look like you. You look like African because you are an African. But all throughout our history, we have movements that have come up that sought to give black people a false identity because we hate who we are. So for us, we African. We not accepting nothing else. We want, and we will reject everything else. And that also goes for our mixed race brothers.
Let me speak to that.
Accept them. You got a white mother, black father. You got a black.
Are you about to comment on the fact that he said they seek to give us a false identity because we hate ourselves? Because that doesn't jive.
I wasn't going to speak to that point, but that's a really good point to speak to. I was going to speak on we don't identify with anything else. Why does a black person have to reject their ancestry, their other DNA, because they're black? That commits what's called the composition fallacy, which is saying what's true of the part is true of the whole. So just because I am in part black, all of us on here are probably, pretty much mostly black, but the people that, like my kids, the other people that are not as black genetically as we are, even though their phenotype, what they show physically would be similar to a black person, why should they have to reject other parts of their ethnicity because they happen to be black?
Do you think he's saying rejected, or you think he's saying?
Well, he said that. I think when I remember him say, he says you're nothing. I think he said something like, "You're nothing else. You are black." And I'm saying no.
Oh, I didn't hear him say that. I didn't hear him say it.
Yeah, he did. He said
description, fallacy of composition, description, inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it's true of some parts of the whole. That is the opposite of the fallacy of division. So again, just because A is a part of B, A has property X, therefore B has property X. Just because I'm partly black doesn't mean I'm whole black.
Example 1, each brick in that building weighs less than a pound, therefore the building weighs less than a pound. Example 2, hydrogen is not wet, oxygen is not wet, therefore water, H2O, is not wet, the combination of the two.
Yeah, and so I'm saying, so his whole thing is saying that because you're partly black,
all of you is black.
All of it, you're just black. We reject that. I mean, I just identify as black personally, but there are people who identify as more than just black, and that's okay. And what he's saying is a very disparaging comment to those people's ancestry, and we need to identify that and see him as somebody who needs to be watched, because to push his Pan-African agenda, he's willing to disparage other people's ancestry.
Hey, do me a favor if you don't mind. I know we working on time. Can you rewind to where he started talking about the discrepancies between the Native Americans? Because I don't think he's saying in this particular, I don't know I'm not saying what he believes. I'm saying in this particular interview.
Just play it. Let's just play it.
Just play it. I think he's saying Pan-Africanism rejects the idea that people with Native American ancestry don't come from Africa.
All right, here we go.
Not rejects the Native American part of it.
Because it was fixed by God and you can never change. Lose your racial group membership. Of countries they had no affiliation with every day. But what is the one thing you belong to that you can never change? It's your racial group membership. And who chose your racial group membership? Almighty God. So for us, being African is the most spiritual and it is the most sacred identity you can have because it was fixed by God and you can never change it. So that's number one, African identity. To that point, we take issue with the current so-called Native American movement against African people in America who say, I'm not from Africa. I was already here. I'm a Cherokee. I'm a Choctaw. I'm a Seminole. This, we completely reject that foolishness. Even though you might have a Native American ancestor or two, I have some Native American ancestors. But guess what? If you have 4 grandparents and 8 great-grandparents and 16 great-great-grandparents and 32 great-great-great-grandparents and 64 great-great-great-great-grandparents and 108 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents, how many of them was Native American? You're telling me all 108 of your 5 times great-grandparents were Native Americans? That's an absolute lie. You might got some red in your family tree, but most of your family tree is black. If you so Native, why do you look like the same people in Nigeria? If you so Native, why do you look like the same people in Kenya? If you so Native, why do you look like the same people in Togo, in Benin? The Native Americans don't look like you. You look like African because you are an African. But all throughout our history, we have movements that have come up that sought to give black people a false identity because we hate who we are. So for us, we African. We not accepting nothing else. We want, and we will reject everything else. And that also goes for our mixed race brothers and sisters. We accept them. You got a white mother, black father. You got a black mother, white father, but you identify with the race full time, not just on the weekend or at the Dr. Umar lecture, but full time black. We accept you because some of my greatest heroes was mixed race. There's even an argument historically that the great Nat Turner could have been mixed race. So we don't reject people for how they come into the world because you have no control over that. But if you're going to tell me at the same time that I'm not black, I'm mixed race, I'm biracial, I'm quadracial, I'm going to reject you because what you're looking for is a special privilege for the white blood you got in your body. You ain't get no special privileges here. All African people are
conjecture.
No matter how light you are, no matter how dark you are, no matter how educated you are, no matter how uneducated you are. If there's any privilege that's going to be given in this movement, it's going to be based on your works to liberate African people, not because of your skin color or your ancestry. So identity. Number 2, self-determination. Everything we do as African people must be done by ourselves. Right there. We don't allow non-blacks in our organizations. We don't allow.
And I'm not gonna. I don't want to speak too much of this point because I want to get through the video. But I know we're going to cover like 30 minutes of the video today. Was the plan? How far are we into the video?
Like 20 something
12 minutes.
12?
Yeah, 13 minutes.
So, anyways, so the whole thing is I want to cover some of what he's saying. I'm going to be short and succinct because I definitely want to get more through the video. But again, what he's talking about here is. He's telling us already at the beginning why somebody would say, I'm not black, I'm mixed race. That's conjecture. That's a classic thing that cults do to keep people from exploring ideas outside of the cult's cultivation.
They demonize the idea, the concept of it.
They demonize the idea. Absolutely. You said it. I was looking for the word. I couldn't find it. You found it. You know, they're demonizing any type of. So this guy, I want to say this guy is working as a religious figure. We need to see him that way. He's demonizing anything outside of his particular philosophy of Pan-Africanism. Because just because somebody says they're biracial, mind you, this person has a. They're talking about this with the Kanye's kid situation. They have a white mom. Why wouldn't a kid want to acknowledge their mom? Think about how us on the panel feel about our mom. Audience, think about how you feel about your mom. Why would I want, or your dad, whoever it is, if you were biracial, which I'm not biracial, none of us on the panel are, but if you were biracial, you may have a good reason to want to acknowledge that part of your ancestry.
Are you saying that he's saying reject it? Playing devil's advocate, it doesn't sound. It sounds like he went through a whole spiel of saying like if you are mixed race,
you're right
we
about
accept
that.
you.
He said if somebody says I'm not black, I'm biracial.
Okay, I'm tracking. No, I'm tracking.
No, Enos was gonna say something. Enos, what you said?
No, I'm just trying to tell Fresh what he was saying.
So essentially, you're saying
people that
if he doesn't, what he's saying is if you got a little bit of black in you and you don't want to identify as black, you want to identify as whatever you feel like identifying as, biracial, mixed, whatever the case may be.
We don't
so do you, again, playing devil's advocate, do you think he's saying if you're rejecting your black side, Or do you think he's saying if you?
I just want to quote him. He says, we reject you, and you're trying to use your whiteness to get white privilege.
You definitely didn't quote him. That's a paraphrase if I ever heard one. Just
that's pretty close to accurate what he said.
But you said you were going to quote him. That's a paraphrase. That's a paraphrase.
Okay, yeah, that's a paraphrase. But I don't want the audience to think that a paraphrase is a quote. No, you're right. That's a paraphrase, but it's a pretty close paraphrase.
It's an approximation, yeah.
Yeah.
He said something akin to that.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. But we can continue unless y'all have any point you want to make.
No, that was it. I was just saying he's saying the same thing the white supremacists were saying back in the 1800s. I was just going. That's why I said earlier the one drop rule with those DNA analysts came up with in the late 1800s. So he's saying the same rhetoric they were saying back in those days.
Right, he's saying basically if you got a little bit of black in you, you black.
Right. Yeah. Basically.
And you shouldn't identify as nothing else but.
Yeah.
And so if you do, we reject you.
I'm gonna read the comments here, and audience, please feel free to leave a comment, ask any kind of questions you may have, any observations. We welcome it all. This is not about anybody having all the answers or all the truths. It's about just getting all the good ideas on the table and let's exploring them all.
Yeah, we just having an intellectual discourse here.
There's a quote that says, "Judge a man by his questions rather than his answers." So hopefully, in all this dialogue, it just leads to better questions for all of us. So So Marcus put on here 23andMe ancestry. Oh my God, I can't. Yo, this man is telling our race, selling, not telling. I'm a sales guy. That's a really important concept right there. Selling, not telling.
Yep.
Just because it is a part of notice how every time you talk to an Israelite, the selling point is we are the chosen people. It's about Hebrew Israelites. To that point, that is the age exact message of the Hebrew Israelites. And they said, no, he can't say that for me. And he certainly can't deliver the message to everyone mixed race. I don't condone that either, but I get it.
Strong words. And he sure he don't want to get on the stream, brother. Yeah, he kicking knowledge.
He ain't said it. He ain't said it yet, so we'll keep moving.
Come on, Marcus.
Non-blacks to give us money. As you know, I'm working on the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. No non-black money. Why? Because we have to do it ourselves. Why? Because if I build that school and white people give me the money to build that
Vulcan,
school,
you made a good point about this yesterday. I sorry to pause it again, but you made a good point about this yesterday. This man ain't got off the screen.
You heard me?
You remember his point, Darius?
No.
Huh?
No, I don't remember. He made a few points.
Okay, so basically, and this was just yesterday in the conversation he and I were having about this interview. He's essentially saying that his school is all black.
Hold on, let's wait there. Let's wait.
Yeah. I'm gonna let him make his point.
Yeah, well, write that down so you remember. Bring that back up.
I ain't gonna forget it. Bro, we had an hour and a half. I thought we was gonna be able to, because we were breaking up the video in segments. I thought he was gonna be able to get in and get out. I don't know why I believe that about it. I don't know why I believe that. Hey, chill. Hey, calm down. Hey, don't do me like that.
So 20 minutes or so. 20 minutes or so. All right, here we go.
Hey,
Vulcan.
Vulcan.
White people built half of our HBC. And whenever you find a black,
can you rewind it, Darius? Yeah. Can you rewind it real quick to where he's talking about the school? Hey, Vulcan, you made a good point about this yesterday. About him saying that no white money or no white funds is involved in his school.
Yeah,
you remember what you said about that yesterday? You want to expound upon it?
Yeah, for sure. It's been he's expressed this numerous times on his different platforms and stuff like that. He's been pretty open about this. And again, I'm not in any way wanting to cast any aspersions on his intent and his commitment to his movement. But he has expressed that he has used white companies to get work done in the school. Reference
the Breakfast Club interview.
Absolutely right. So my whole thing is when he says, sorry, go ahead. He knows.
It was the interview with the three brothers that was on the couch. I can't remember that.
He's had multiple
my
interviews.
nigga
That's what Vulcan said. He's said this. He's made this statement, or he's pointed this out in um multiple interviews. I think the most popular one or the most accessible one would be the Breakfast Club interview.
For sure. Are you ready to get back into it?
Yeah.
I got to rewind.
Wants to operate in the same neighborhoods, and that's another reason why we see such a drop.
When did you
my parents divorced when I was in the third or fourth, for Philly. As you know, your elementary
just
school
making
is
sure that
assigned based on your address.
Yeah.
And so the George G. Meade Elementary School that I attended at 18th and Oxford, who is African people, must be done by ourselves. We don't allow termination. Everything we do as African people, no matter how uneducated you are, if there's any privilege that's going to be given in this movement, it's going to be based on your works to liberate African people, not because of your skin color or your ancestry. So identity. Number two, self-determination. Everything we do as African people must be done by ourselves. We don't allow non-Blacks in our organizations. We don't allow non-Blacks to give us money. As you know, I'm working on the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. No non-Black money. Why? Because we have to do it ourselves. Why? Because if I build that school and white people gave me the money to build that school, how can we celebrate that as a Black institution? Okay, white people built half of our HBCUs. White people built the Urban League. White people built the NAACP. If we really want to be an independent people, if we're really tired of slavery, why are you still looking for your oppressor to finance your liberation?
Hey,
White
pause it real quick. I'm sorry.
If they was interested in financing your liberation, you'd be free already. I'm
sorry. He makes this point, which is almost in direct contradiction to the point he made earlier about mixed race and whether you have different ancestry. He's essentially saying if there's any white money in it, then the whole thing is white.
Yeah.
Like he said there's no white money involved in the building of this school, because if I build this school and white people gave me the money, now if he's saying white people funded it completely, I understand his point, but that's not what he said. He said if there's any white money involved in this, that's why we don't accept any white money, any contributions from white people in the building of this school. Then how can we call it a Black institution? I mean, if it's a little bit of white money, if it costs 15 million to build and white people give 5 million, does that now make it a white institution? Can it no longer be a Black institution because there's other elements involved? That's a direct contradiction to the point he just made when he was talking about Pan-Africanism.
Yeah.
Good point.
So he's really like using, like, the statements that he makes are designed, they're incendiary, they're designed, they're built around like sensationalism. He's saying like really like hot phrases to bring you in, as opposed to being intentional about his words and phrasing and saying, I'm really utilizing facts, like let's keep a linear pattern of thought here.
We got Marcus said he'll come in. I'm gonna send him the link to come in.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Are you ready to get back into it?
Yes, sir.
You're
self-determination in all things. That includes building family. And that's why we reject interracial relationship. No snow bunny hopping at all. Black family is Black man and Black woman, and that's the only family that we can accept, because marriage is a financial arrangement. Women live longer than men on average. I marry a snow bunny, I die, she gets my bag. Is she going to give any of that money back to the community? Go and ask Kobe Bryant's widow. She ain't thinking about using none of that Black man's money to help the Black community. Go ask Marvin Hagler's widow. She ain't thinking about using none of that man's money to help the Black community. But
if you got a white mother, we accept you.
And that's why I take issue with Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco. I love them as Black men. They my brothers, but I take issue because you have Black boys looking up to you and you're telling them it's okay to publicly declare that you don't date nothing but white women. That's not acceptable, Shannon Sharp. Now, Ocho Cinco hasn't said that, but he does tend to bunny hop. We need brothers to stop bunny hopping because it's not beneficial. Only 1 out of every 4 black women gets married in this country. Every time a black man goes out the race to find his partner, you're abandoning another black woman who has a God-given right to have a husband and to build a family. So if we really care about our people, there's no way under God you can tolerate interracial marriage. It's not about hating white women. It's not about hating white men. It's about loving ourselves. Charity starts at home.
God-given
Charity
right
starts at home. Black family needs to be built by black people. So that's number 2, self-determination.
Let's
3,
stop there.
as
Let's stop
Africa
there.
goes, so
That's
goes
the
our
end of point
people.
number 2.
This is important.
That's the end of point number 2.
All right.
So I want to stop there. Again, he said God-given right. Now, see, again, this is when he smuggles in the religious aspect of it. That's what goes to the Messiah complex, because he's not a pastor. He's not a imam. He's not a religious figure as far as how we look at, rabbi. So nothing on his title says that he's a religious figure. So we're taking him like we would take a teacher if we're a kid, if we're a professor. This is something that's been intellectually rigorous studies been done to and presented to us. You know, it's based off some good information, but it's open to question. You know, so what he's saying things that a professor wouldn't say. He's saying things that another academic wouldn't say. He's saying things that make it to where it's something written on tablets of stone, passed down from the heavens.
So you're saying that essentially he's pushing a belief more than any sort of substantiated argument, which is what any religious leader would do.
Well, I would say this: he's doing both, and I just want people to recognize both. He does push arguments, right?
Right. You're saying judge him on the way we would judge
a pastor, or an imam, or
judge him on that rubric as a. I'm tracking.
Because when you're looking at a religion, if you're doing religious studies, you're going to go study that religion. You're going to go into the religion, study the religion. You're going to look up where it came from. You know, where did it start? How did it get here? How was it passed down? Oral traditions, all that kind of stuff. You're going to look at.
That's going to be hard to do. That's going to be hard to do, Umar. I'm sorry if you don't mind if I.
Yeah, for sure. You're absolutely right, and that's my whole point.
Yeah, that's going to be real difficult for the audience to pay attention.
He's producing an inferior product.
Yeah, because you could do that with the Christian pastor. You could bring the Bible, the manual, and see where
you could do that with the Muslim. You could do it with the Muslim preacher.
You could do that with somebody.
You could do it with the rabbi.
There's no religious documents for Pan-Africanism.
No. That's what.
Does Pan-Africanism set itself up as a religion though?
And he's
not.
What is he, Ifa?
I think I heard him say he was Ifa before.
Yeah. So if he's Ifa, again, try to research about Ifa. There's not a lot of information you're gonna find on that.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of information. You can't vet it. You really can't vet it.
It's hard.
Is it because it's new, or do you think it's purposely operating in ambiguity so you can't pin it down?
It's not new. It's an ancient.
They didn't do a good job of keeping it alive.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm just playing devil's advocate. We ask questions on here.
Is Marcus on, or what you would say there?
Oh no, I didn't hear it. I didn't see him come in.
So
it's easy to hold.
I sent the link to his inbox. So I don't know if he caught that or not, but
I can see when he comes in. Well, yeah,
it's easier to hold them accountable if you have
the manual,
a document that backs it up.
For sure, it's like constitutions versus non-written constitutions. The countries that rule the world are the written constitution countries.
Yeah, I want to say something. I don't know why it could be like what Vulcan said earlier. Maybe they didn't document it, the religion, or it's a lot of ways to look at this. Some say it was all the information was destroyed, or they didn't do a good job documenting their religious beliefs. So that's a whole another show.
Yeah, for sure. That is another show for sure.
Yeah. Let's but like I said, when you don't have that, it makes it hard to hold you accountable. You don't actually have a manual to go off on to go down.
Which we think he's counting on, right?
Yeah, because
he's counting on the fact that you don't have any reference documents to refute or challenge any of his arguments. It's just
not
you should believe me because I'm
not even just challenge arguments. If Creflo Dollar is making great arguments based out of his book of faith, but he's sleeping with underage people, then he's going to be judged for that because we know his moral code that he's supposed to be held to. If an Islamic person, a Buddhist person, or a Hindu person is doing certain things, we know what documents to go to hold them accountable to their morality, their ethics, their spiritual practices. When you look at Ifa, you don't see much about it. How do I know when Dr. Umar is abandoning his Ifa for a night, for a day?
Yeah.
How do I know if he's internally consistent with his worldview as a whole? I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. All right, ready to get back into it?
Yeah, we get back into it.
What's the timestamp right now?
15.
Dang. I ain't gonna say that.
Presley, you can talk. Presley, you can talk, man.
Nah, don't do me like that, because if we go back and tally it up, you stopped it way more than me. Chill.
All right, 15 minutes. 15 more minutes, y'all.
Because in America, what do you hear Negroes say? Why are we worrying about Africa for? We got our problems right here in America. Well, guess what? You don't stop fighting in America. You fight where you are, but you also keep a vision to what the greater goal is. All people's respect that is accorded to them in this world is a reflection of the respect given to the international homeland. I've been everywhere in the world except Australia, where I'll be next spring. Wherever I go in the world, Chinese are respected. If I'm in Jamaica, they're respected. If I'm in Cuba, they're respected. If I'm in London, they're respected. If I'm in Austria, they're respected. If I'm in South Africa, they're respected. Nowhere I go are Chinese people treated like an afterthought. Nowhere I go are European Jews treated like an afterthought. Nowhere I go, Anglo-Saxons are treated like an afterthought. But everywhere I go, even in an all-black country like Suriname, South America, or Turks and Caicos, the Caribbean island, or South Africa, or Togo, Benin, Gambia, Malawi, everywhere I've been over the continent, Black people are treated like an afterthought, even when we are in the numerical majority. Why? Because Africa is not strong. She's the richest continent. She's the most minerally rich continent, but she doesn't control her wealth. The white man does it. Colonialism ended. Neo-colonialism.
Let's pause this.
So when people look at us, they don't see no American.
Marcus, just so you know, it's in your inbox, just so you know.
Man, this dude Vulcan, stay pausing the video, dog.
Pause. But yeah, so let me address what he just saying right here, because again, you said it already. It's conjecture. It's complete conjecture. The reality of the matter is this: when it comes to the point that he's making right here, actually, you know what? Should I let him?
You should let him run out some more rope. He does a good job.
Are you gonna remember? You gotta write it now.
Yeah, go ahead. I want to tackle that, but
we ain't got the time.
It's up to y'all. All right, let's go.
He basically is saying stuff in a way that is it's pure conjecture, because for that to be true, or for that to be a factual statement, he would have to interact with every African person everywhere he's ever been.
Let me just say this piece.
If it's not true for one Black person, then his whole argument falls apart.
Yeah,
he goes, everywhere I go, people were treated like this as an afterthought. I'm like, if there's even a minority that doesn't apply to, the argument deserves to acknowledge that. He's using very definitive language. And
it's all conjecture. Is he going to produce some kind of study that substantiates this?
Because
I would say this. Now, African Americans, yes, maybe perhaps they're an afterthought, but Nigerians here in the Western world are very respected. They have the highest per capita income in the Western world. So they're very highly respected in the capitalist society we live in, as the Nigerians are. So that but even that part aside, it's conjecture to say that just you only go as far as Africa goes. So I'm being judged. P. Diddy, Robert Johnson, Oprah's being judged by how Africa's doing. I've never heard that before. Again, I'm not saying it's not true. I need to see some proof to that, because he's just stating it as a mantra.
Give me your sources.
Yeah, as a matter of where's our gift?
What's your source?
Where's our gift?
I need proof.
Yeah. So the thing is that he needs to prove that, because I'm not saying he's not right about that. I need to see some proof to that. I've never looked at it that way.
We're just saying, do your Googles, man. Do your Googles. Do your own Googles. You got the same internet in your pocket, man. Do your research. And if you still want to rock with Umar, I'm not against you, or I don't think we're saying you're wrong. We're saying don't just take him at his word because he's pro-black.
And don't take him at his word because he's smart. He is a smart man. He's a brilliant mind.
Yeah, so are a lot of dictators. So are a lot of cult leaders. So are a lot of serial killers.
Absolutely.
Intellect doesn't make you right.
So, what's the pros and cons of giving your empirical experiences? Your experiences. That's what he experienced, right? What they call anecdotal.
Yeah. So
yeah, but it's still a very limited perspective. It's still only his perspective. When he's addressing the masses, you have to be more objective in that. You have to take into consideration other perspectives and experiences may or may not match up with yours. But right now, he is essentially giving his personal experience, which in the grand scheme of things, no matter how many places he's been, is still small. It's still very small perspective on the grand scale. He's presenting that as what I experienced is what it is.
Yeah, like you want to pull up that anecdotal fallacy right there. But
okay, no fallacy. I didn't hear you.
This is another fallacious argumentation. Just because what you've experienced is you travel the world, and again, I can get how intuitively when he says I've traveled the world and seen this, like wow, you traveled the world. That's pretty amazing, and he's seen this thing. That's a very limited vantage point by somebody who already has a biased agenda.
Let me frame it like this in another way, real quick. That's like a white person, or not a white person, excuse me. That's like a black person who says racism doesn't exist because they never personally experienced it.
Yeah.
White people never treated me like that, so I don't think racism exists.
The world and never experienced racism.
Yeah. What does that have to do with? That's your own personal experience. That's a very small.
His point.
Yeah, your perspective bubble is still small, no matter how widely traveled it is. It's still a personal experience.
Yeah, I'm not even to pull it up right now. Let's just move on. Y'all got anything else?
No, let's keep it going.
All right, let's keep going. I'll pull it up later.
This is what Negroes get wrong. They don't see no American when you walk down the street. They see an African. They know exactly who you are. And the level of respect that they give you is a direct reflection of the level of respect that is given to all African people. There's no white people don't put black people in groups. No race divides any race up into groups. The respect you have for Chinese people, you have for every Chinese. The respect you have for Jewish people, you have for every Jewish person. And the disrespectful attitude you have for the African continent is automatically affixed to every African on the planet. Nobody can escape it. Not Jay-Z, not Oprah Winfrey, not LeBron James, not Puffy, not Kanye, not Diddy. Nobody.
Hey, we all know an African who don't consider
dishonor that is given to
American black people Africans
because they're
facts.
There are races that exist. There are people that do separate. I challenge his statements, like what he says. I hold him accountable for what he says. I ain't saying I understand maybe his intent or what he's trying to say, but if you're trying to say that you consider yourself an effective communicator or a great communicator, you need to say what you mean. When you say no race makes us, our own race does that. We do it to ourselves.
Absolutely.
Tragic.
Corporate commodities who are necessary for the European capitalistic model to exist and thrive. Once they're no longer necessary, they end up like Bill Cosby or R. Kelly. And the last point for Pan-Africanism, and there's many, but the last one, your God better look like you. Marcus Garvey started a doll factory in New York in the 1920s. This is before the Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court decision. This is before Thurgood Marshall and Charles Hamilton Houston took the racist segregationist school districts to federal court, getting school desegregation outlawed in America. Brown versus Board, May 17th, 1954. 30 years before that, Marcus Garvey had a black doll factory because he said our children constantly looking at Europeans was breeding inferiority. Well, what happens 30 years later? In court, Dr. Kenneth Clark, one of my psychological forefathers, he shows in court that segregated education was harmful to the psychology of black children using the doll experiment. He gave black children white dolls and black dolls. Which one is ugly? Which one is more likely to be more successful? Who do you want to be? Garvey knew that 35 years before Kenneth Clark, and he was not a PhD in psychology. But getting to my point, God must look like you. Because if God doesn't look like you, you're automatically indoctrinating your children into inferiority. If I go to church and I'm told God is white, if God is white, if the Savior is white, if the one and only Son of God is a Caucasian, and you teach a black child this, if God is white and you are the opposite of white, you automatically, by contraindication, is the devil. But not only that, if God is white, then all white people must be godly. And so divinity gets extended to the president, to the judge in court. It gets extended to the police. It gets extended to the business owner, because if God is white, maybe God put all white people in charge. So that white Jesus image that was created in 1482 by Leonardo da Vinci, 10 years before Columbus set sail to the New World, has been the worst weapon used against black people, and it still is. I guarantee you I could go throughout Chicago and find white Jesus still hanging in black people's homes.
Yo, that's a crazy statement to make.
People's homes. When I'm back home in Philadelphia, white Jesus in the Caribbean.
Finish his point.
Because he used maybe like as if most black people are not intellect, and you don't even have to be a staggering intellectual to be able to say I believe in Christianity, even though I don't believe in white God. Like he's saying, like they told us God is white, and if you believe in Christianity at all, you have to believe that God is white. Like no.
Let me. I want to speak to that really.
That's crazy.
Because this thing right here, like there's a number of debilitating assumptions.
Yes.
And you know, presumptions that he has here, and I want to deal with some of these things here.
Talk about it.
For one, when it comes to well, first I want to say, like, okay, I see you're messiahing again. I think about the movie Blade when he's like, Frost, your mascara's running, because of course he's a vampire that can't be in the sunlight. He's like, you know, he's trying to be out there with Blade, and he's like, Blade's like, Frost, your mascara's running. And I see the same thing here with Dr. Umar again.
Okay.
Hey! Hello, baby!
What's going on, brothers? How y'all doing?
That's good, baby. What's goody?
Y'all probably can't see me when we get to some light. But yeah, no, I'm here.
My brother, my guy. What's good with you?
Oh, man. Just taking it a day at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't too long. Fresh.
Okay, so I want to go back into this as far as what I was saying about Dr. Umar Johnson.
Fresh, you requested them. I'm just wanting to Fresh don't know y'all. You requested them.
Yeah, I've been saying get on. I know you can hear me. Come on here, man.
All right.
Yeah. So I want to say when it comes to this part where it's about the white God thing, this is the thing right here. This is again, a lot of people that were raised in the church, you know, they never really learned proper Christian doctrine. They never really learned Christian doctrine in light of the world's religions, right? So Christian doctrine, there's paganism. Paganism is the view that it's worshiping creation rather than the creator. So you look at the Norse mythology, look at the Greek mythology. The gods look like the people that worship the gods, right? And that's what Dr. Umar's, to his point, that's what he's saying.
Okay.
The distinction about the Abrahamic faiths, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity is that this God doesn't have extension in space. It's not made out of matter, and it's not affected by time. The three different dimensions that we live in: time, space, matter, right?
Time, space, and matter. But we know that God does not exist in time and space, and he created matter.
Exactly. So the thing is,
He
when he's saying
created time, space, and
a
matter.
white god, a black god, that applies to Norse gods, Greek gods,
Okay.
Zoroastrian gods. That doesn't
Okay.
apply to the Abrahamic faith because we don't believe God has a melanin. Now, Jesus came and occupied, the body of the people that were chosen to carry on that legacy, right?
Run your mouth. Educate the people.
But the Bible's clear that they were not special in any real way. Matter of fact, the Bible indicates that they were chosen because they were the weakest of the people. And God wanted to show his strength through those people, so he chose them to carry on his theological heritage.
Right.
So the point that I'm making with this right here is what Dr. Umar is saying is true in the sense of throughout human history, human cultures, different cultural societies create gods that look like them. That's what Christians and Muslims and Jews call paganism, because it's worshiping a creation, whether it's a human form, whether it's an animal, whether it's the sun, the moon. Those are all creations. That's what paganism is: the worship of creation, the harvest,
the worship of creation. Okay.
The worship of creation. So the thing is, when he's talking about white Jesus and stuff like that, Jesus was just the flesh that he was in was just a reflection of his mom's lineage, and
it's a vessel that he chose.
It's just a vessel. The Bible never ascribes any type of special nature to it. And so the thing is that what he's saying shows either he doesn't understand fundamental Abrahamic faiths, or he does understand it. He knows most people don't understand it. He's taking advantage of them. I don't know which one it is, and it doesn't really matter which one it is. I just want the broader audience to know this guy does not, he's smart, he's sharp.
Yeah, I was going to say, which one do you think it is? He don't understand, or he's utilizing the fact that he don't think y'all understand?
Right. My apologies, gentlemen. I didn't mean to jump in here like just so hot. Like
he came in. Vulcan was preaching to him.
Slugs, mad slugs. Because I feel like everybody in this room right now, digitally, understands what's really going on. But y'all are trying to educate what it sounds like. That's what I'm getting. But I chimed in random. I got the link. I chimed in and I'm like, what?
You speak about language.
This is what's going on with my brothers. And so
Jesus is just God in corporeal form. It's just this is a chosen vessel. This is like any fiction that you read where the God comes down to look like, even in Roman or Greek mythology, those guys come down and take the form of something that your brain can conceptualize.
That's not, but this is not that, and we know that this is not that.
No, I understand, but
I love being outside.
What I'm saying is that's how he's trying to paint it. Like, you believe in white Jesus? I'm like, I don't. That's not how that goes.
Less what the amount of melanin that the particular picture of Jesus has depicted in the random place of worship. It's just a shell. It's affected by time, space, and matter, and it will.
Maybe white Jesus appears to white people.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
We don't know.
That's the question I want to know.
Maybe white Jesus appears to white people so they can conceptualize it better, so they can believe.
If he is black, would that make Umar want to repent? I mean, is that going to change anything?
That's a good point.
Would that make him repent?
Good question, right? 10.5 for a minute. You know what? Let me not get crazy.
All right, y'all ready to get back in it? I just
dissed you.
All right, make sure y'all have your microphones on mute. So go ahead, and when y'all got a something to say, just well, I say that for hold on.
Y'all gonna torture me like this?
Yeah, for A2, just keep your microphone, since you're outside, if you don't mind, keep your microphone on mute. Well, I could do it, but it's come off out there too.
Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all.
Ready?
My apologies.
You're fine. Yeah, ready?
white Jesus. That has brainwashed us on a subconscious level to feel inferior to white people, because if man is inferior to God and God is white, then the black man must be inferior to the white man. Until we destroy artificial European images of supreme consciousness in front of the eyes of black children, we'll never destroy the inferiority complex of black children.
I hear you talk about Marcus Garvey a lot, so I went and picked his book up. It's called
European images of to the white man. Until we destroy artificial European images of supreme consciousness in front of the eyes of black children, we'll never destroy the inferiority complex of black children.
I hear you talk about Marcus Garvey a lot, so I went and picked his book up. It's called Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. And it talks a lot about the Pan-African studies and history. So Pan-Africanism come from Marcus Garvey teachers? Okay.
Pan-Africanism predates Marcus Garvey.
Okay.
In fact, Major Dr. Martin Robinson Delaney, he's the one who came up with the quote, Africa for the Africans. This is before Marcus Garvey was born. Remember, Martin Delaney was the first black man admitted into Harvard Medical School. Now, W.E.B. Du Bois being given credit as the first black to get a doctor from Harvard, but he wasn't the first one admitted. Major Dr. Martin Robinson Delaney is the first black man admitted into Harvard. This is during slavery. This is the 1850s. Du Bois not even born yet. And this black man is admitted into Harvard Medical, but guess what happens? The white students at Harvard Medical protest him being in the program. They said, we're not going to come back to class unless y'all get rid of him. So Harvard Medical expelled Martin Delaney on the protest of the white students. But he still went on to become a medical doctor. He became the first uniformed officer in the Civil War. First officer in the history of U.S. military was Major Dr. Martin Robinson Delaney. He co-edited the North Star newspaper with the Honorable Frederick Douglass, but they split because Douglass was what? Radical integrationist. Martin Delaney, Pan-Africanist. Martin Delaney said America will never accept the black man. So he split with Douglass and started re-editing his own paper, which was called The Mystery, because he was an early Mason. He was one of the early fathers of the Black Masonic movement as well. We don't know about Martin Delaney. America keeps him hidden. But guess where he was the last time I saw him? On a Super Bowl commercial. This past Super Bowl, the pregame, they showed a picture of Martin Delaney in the corner. Why did they show that? In my personal opinion, I believe that that was a signal from the U.S. government that they're paying attention to the Pan-African movement because it's the only threat to this. And they've said this themselves. There have been security documents that have stated the only threat to America's global interest is the organized political, economic, operational unity of Africans in Africa and Africans in America. They don't care about no Christianity. They don't care about no Islam, no Hebrew, no Moor, no Wap.
The reach God, bro. Hey, if you follow battle rap, bro, he got dot beat, bro. That's a reach. Wow.
Yikes.
Bro.
Yikes. Oh, this is hey, how we just let this
how we let this fly? Yeah, right. So y'all ain't nobody go say nothing.
How have we let this man just run rapid? Man, Dr. Umar Johnson is a celebrity, y'all. He is not a religious leader. He is. I mean, he's so slick with it.
I did say that. I said he's going on promo like he got an album coming out. He got. I was like,
low key though. That's why
he
frequents the platforms that he does.
Yeah,
he went back to the 26th or 28th or whatever generation to prove his blackness.
Hey, he mixed that gumbo up good.
Who gonna hit this first, man?
You got it.
I mean,
go ahead, AETO.
Yeah, get him.
Get him.
Please. Oh, please
George,
get me.
How High? I'm thinking about the How High movie. Get him.
Please. No, because man.
Let me get it together now.
No. I clicked on that link. and I was brought here with you brothers. And I was like, whoa, okay, this is where my brothers are at. I'm here. So I drop a comment here, drop a comment there, but like I said earlier, I've been outside and I'm seeing what's going on. And so I'm trying to chime into the topic, and I'm like, damn, okay, so they see it too. From where they at, I'm out here doing my thing, but I see it too, and I'm like, man, yeah, no, I need this. I'm gonna just share my heart. That's all that is. And so, no, it's a pleasure to be here, man.
Glad to have you, man.
Even just to
You got bars for us, or what? You got any bars for
to
us?
pick brains, just to pick brains, just to be in the midst, maybe.
You gotta give us something at the end of the show, man. You're gonna have to give us something.
Pastor, I need a verse.
Bible. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. Need to read a verse.
Oh, yeah.
In church.
Oh, he goes back to the
It's controversial.
Bars. Come on. Come on.
Go.
I guess. Yeah, hey, man, y'all want me to spit? Oh.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Man. Come on, man.
Yes. Give us a 16, bro. We got time. Come on, bro. We got time.
We got time.
What?
Time is on crack today.
Hey, yo. Could you imagine life without a taste of the passion attached to the action of grabbing mics? Imagine an addict without his cracking pipe. A lyricist fiends for his pen and pad to write. It's like my pen is a weapon of mass destruction, a vast concussion delivered to the pad is nothing. Advanced. Hold up. That's when I was glorifying myself.
Oh.
There we go. We getting the bars right now.
Come on.
Really, sometimes.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I felt that way back then.
Bro, the lyrical dexterity is crazy.
Yeah, I'm that guy. How God will show you how you really, how he is. How he is.
All right, let's get back to
go.
You know what's funny? Umar is getting crazy, and he's getting wilder and wilder as the interview goes on. He getting loose, he getting comfortable.
Deontay Wilder. His name is Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, it's going up.
Right? It's escalating. He's like, I'm finna, because he's not being challenged, so he feel like I get to say what I want. Oh, he not gonna challenge none of my views. I'm gonna just say what I want. That's why I just get up here and do what I want.
We got 8 minutes left. Y'all ready?
I guess I could do this.
Hold on. Wait a minute. We got some more bars. 82.
Let me take a moment to spit something real to you. So open up your mind, son. You're lacking understanding. My hope is to help you find some. Because it's terribly imperative that you inherit character and cherish the narrative of your heritage. But it's hard when you've been raised in a society that praises vain and aimless things and praises change violently. So that's why I'm highly grieved and despair, because I witnessed how my people are severely impaired. Yeah, we're so quick to complain about our conditions, but we rarely do a thing to be raised from the base positions. We'd rather stay chained and remain in the same predicament, because many are afraid to be faithful to what commitment is. Sickening, because if one of us was to make it, some other brother would be the one to come and try to take it from us. Because we can't stand to see another excel, and it's a shame you choose to hate the man because he's doing well, because you chose to gain the things you have by using the scale, but he chose to use his intellect, so dude went to Yale. And please don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking you if you hustle, but do it in a way that it cannot be taken from you, because there's enough of us sitting in jail And trust me, I know, because right now I'm sitting in jail. I guess I'm just another statistic. It's so typical, a young brother trapped in the system. It's so pitiful. Some things to keep in sight are the reasons we have to fight and not identify with all the black stereotypes. Like if a brother's articulate, it said that he's talking white. If he's not ghetto and ignorant, it said that he's talking white. And if he practices righteousness, then that means he's a square. To see how people love each other is a thing that is rare. But we can't judge our brother when we see him going in error. Because the truth is he honestly may not know any better because he's fatherless and all the streets teach him is nonsense. He's blocking all that's positive from reaching his conscience. And all his role models claim they speaking some knowledge, yet they glorify the very things that keep us in bondage. This is a generation that embraces carnality, finds fame in depravity. It's a painful reality. We're constantly at battle and we make more casualties when our brothers help perpetuate the slave mentality. We've been brought up all our life being taught that it's right. And oftentimes we're unaware that we were caught in a vice. I tell them that they're precious. They were bought with a price. I know they need to be enlightened, so I offer them Christ for real.
Hey, if you don't get that man Don DeMarco right now,
for
Don
really
DeMarco, it's like that. It's like that. Hey, what's going on? The
For
pen
really
is
though.
immaculate.
We got A2O back in the building, baby.
Stop. Hey, come on.
Soapbox,
Really
bringing
though.
it to you raw.
Come on, bro.
For really though. No, for real.
Soapbox, bringing it to you raw.
Yes, crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, you know it's crazy. I listen. I believe that verse belonged on this particular podcast. Brother Rap just addressed like damn it everything we talking about. That's crazy.
Yeah. Past shows too. You know.
Immaculate.
Mm. Yeah.
Hey, and when I say immaculate, y'all know how I judge
I want to say
bars.
another verse, immaculate. I'm lacking the vernacular adequately. I want to say that's another one of his verses at some point in time.
Disgusting. Jazz face. Yeah.
He know who his biggest fan is. Don't play with me, A2O. You know who his biggest fan is, man. I even got the underground stuff you did with Stan.
Yeah.
Go see your pictures, man.
Man,
that was hard, bro.
It's really been my heart though. So then when I run into like I don't know, Dr. Umar, like I said, I really be outside, y'all. Like I be out there with the people. And so maybe I don't know. I don't know him. I see him as a celebrity. Intellectual or not, I got intellectuals around me.
Well, I will say this. One thing about
I'm in a room with intellectuals.
One thing I will say about Dr. Umar is that his phone number is public. We can probably call him right now if we wanted to.
Yeah, but he said if you ain't putting no money into the school, he ain't gonna talk to you.
Well, hey, the Breakfast Club say, everybody to put money into the school. Where the school at? So
good question, right?
Yo, like
I actually donated. I donated to Umar School. I actually donated to him. So
you might want to get your money back, brother.
Nah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if it's real, let it be real.
Now, let me say this real quick. So we're on the topic of his school, right? And we got to get through this video. We got like about 5 or 8 minutes left, whatever it is. But the thing about Dr. Umar's school that bothers me the most, because the school's right around the corner.
From where?
They're set to be up and running by I think like August, something like that. It's pretty close.
Okay.
Not August, April, something like that. April, sorry. But my
2025 or 2024?
2024.
Okay.
My thing is this right here. That's my understanding of it. I could be off by a couple of months, but next year for sure. My issue with this, and this is for the empowerment of African Americans, right? This guy is going to be teaching astrology in his school. How are we going to compete in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and you're teaching astrology, not astronomy, not astrophysics? You're teaching astrology in your school. How is that not a complete departure?
Hey, Hey, the well-respected Asians you talking about, Dr. Umar, they not learning nothing but the hard sciences, bro, in their school. Because they know
And
that's what
they're
it takes to
excelling in
succeed in the real world.
every level of those hard sciences.
Exactly. And excelling. And they excel if his statement is true, they excel in those things, which gives them the respect and deference in the real world, everywhere apparently that he goes.
Yeah, so basically, we were given the not real world.
Yeah, and that's my whole thing is like you're saying, and so I shouldn't say it that way because I'm not doubting his commitment to Black empowerment at all. I'm exposing the fact that he is a religious figure that's erecting himself and pedestalizing himself to be the next Messiah. That's my point.
And he's most definitely not a religious figure.
Yeah, and so the thing is, and
he ain't saving nobody.
He's perpetuating that he is though.
He's perpetuating.
That's how he's setting himself up though.
And it's going to come out more in the interview. We're not going to go that far into it today, but we see how.
I didn't think that many people were into him like that. Is he really like?
He has a massive following.
He's a voice. He's a voice for her.
He calls himself King Kong of Consciousness. He says he's the #1 Black scholar, and he may be that case. I don't know if any. Can't think of any of the Black scholar that gets as many views as he does.
Yeah, but to A2O's point, it's because he's a celebrity. He has views because he does interviews like this on platforms like this, but and he said he makes incendiary comments. He sensationalizes things so he gets views. People want to see, like, Umar's on what crazy thing is he gonna say next?
I'll agree that he's a celebrity. The celebrity hasn't been on a TV show, hasn't been on a movie. I mean, we was on certain documentaries by Tariq Nasheed. Colors, I think he was on a few Black documentaries, stuff like that.
Hidden
colors. But he's a celebrity of a unique variety because he made his name off of him communicating his philosophies to people. And
yeah, but his celebrity is the definition of celebrity is just well known. The state of being well known. He's a well known personality.
For sure, I'm just saying that all celebrities are created equal. A celebrity is somebody who celebrated. Is that what it is? A celebrity is somebody who celebrated.
Well, a celebrity is a well known person.
Yeah. So I would say
entity.
Malcolm X as a celebrity is different than Robert De Niro. Is what I would say.
Facts, but
yeah, not in that sense because now we live in this world, and y'all are.
Well, your celebrity allows you to take on and to perpetuate whatever platform you want to. Celebrity is just being well known. You have a far-reaching voice. Whatever you decide to do with that far-reaching voice is up to you.
All right. Yeah. So we got 8 minutes left. Y'all want to finish up?
Did I finish my point I was making about?
It don't matter. It's too late. We got 8 minutes. We in the home stretch.
Let's go. Let's get it. Get it.
Let's go. Remember, A2, just put your mic on mute since you're outside. Here we go.
None of that. Respect to everybody else. But the only threat to white supremacy is global Pan-African unity. And that's why Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Sekou Touré, Amilcar Cabral, Dedan Kamathi, and all the great Pan-Africanists of Africa, we hold them up, not just the one on this soil, but that operational unity of Africans in Africa and Africans in America. They don't care about no Christianity. They don't care about no Islam, no Hebrew, no Moor, no Nawapian, none of that. Respect to everybody else. But the only threat to white supremacy is global Pan-African unity.
Another definitive statement.
Patrice Lumumba, Sekou Touré, Amilcar Cabral, Dedan Kamathi, and all the great
another statement that leaves no room for anything else.
Getting back to your question,
the only thing, man. My way is the only way.
Predates
my way is the truth.
Birth, which is Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
that's what Jesus said.
Before Garvey,
I'm the only way to the Father. You can't get to him except through me. That's crazy.
He ain't healed nobody. He didn't die.
He raised nobody from the dead.
None of that stuff.
You can't even move a heavy stone, bro. Chill out.
He doesn't have a book about him that's the most published book in the world, the most stolen book in the world, the most lucrative book in the world.
Written by other people.
Say it for people in the back. Say it again, people in the back.
Written by somebody else. Other people wrote that book about Jesus to highlight his his exploits, if you will, the adventures of Jesus Christ. Ain't nobody write a book about the adventures of Dr. Umar Johnson. Chill.
No.
Wow.
So yeah, let's
wow. He's getting so crazy the longer this interview goes along.
This is a big ego, and you know what's crazy is I sent this in the group that we have about like they've done studies on people that are that believe in conspiracy theories. Because again, he's equivocating. Let me just lay out what he said, y'all. He says that the only threat that America seems to care about as far as Black conscious movement and stuff like that is Pan-Africanism, right? And then later on, so the only threat to white supremacy is Pan-Africanism. So now he just equated American government with white supremacy. That's a nice sleight of hand right here. I'm distracting you over here. I'm doing this over here, right?
On the NFL commercial.
He said they showed him in the corner, and you know why I think they showed him in the corner? In my personal opinion, it's because, like, bro, that's crazy.
So not just the
that's
government,
crazy.
The NFL's white supremacy. Whoever did that commercial.
So my whole thing is saying, so not my whole thing, but part of what I'm saying is this right here. When he's doing that kind of stuff, he's surmising right there. I want the audience to recognize he's surmising, he's extrapolating, he's deducting, he's inducting.
Layman terms.
He's inferring.
He's assuming.
He's assuming.
Based
off good or bad or weak or strong information. His point. He's connecting two things that may or may not actually be connected together.
The reach God, because he's saying they show him in the corner. They didn't put no graphics up that attach him to Pan-Africanism. He said it's a signal. To who? About what?
Yeah. Who got that message? Blacks didn't get it.
Thank you. Who was that message to?
The blacks and the whites didn't get it.
He just said before he made that statement that a lot of people don't know who he is anyway.
That's what I'm saying. Who was that message to?
Who had the horrible strategy of doing that?
It's the Super Bowl. Everybody's watching it. All demographics are watching it, bro.
Pick a character that nobody knows to put in the corner to endorse Pan-Africanism, which is the greatest threat against.
No, not endorse. To denounce. Hey, this is a threat, guys. This random guy that nobody knows who they are. He's the real threat to America. That's crazy.
Who doesn't exist anymore?
Nobody knows who he is, but without any sort of graphics attaching him to.
What's your sandals? What's your pre-pants? Come on, what's going on?
Where your poems? Come on. You ain't real.
Shout out to Get Talking for the poems. That was
bro. Bars, bro. That's
hey. How many years has it been since we've heard some of his material?
Bro, hey, like it was the first time though. I feel like the first time I was like, bro, his pin game is immaculate, dog.
What's going on with that? What's up, man? What you think?
That's close, man. What, 18 years? Maybe 17 years.
Been a minute, man.
The St. Phillips days? Yeah, you're right. We was young whippersnappers. I ain't even have no beard. Wow.
Similac, all out of here.
Wow. Oh yeah, you know what? That was right after Truth Behind Hip Hop.
Yeah.
Or during Truth Behind Hip Hop. Man.
Right that time. It's close.
Oh, before we were exposed to the ills of the world. Why he's
again for blessing us with on the mic like that, man.
Bro, that was hard, bro.
And my original idea for the show was to actually have some type of bars on.
Thank you. I was just about to say, give us a theme song, bro. Give us a few bars for a theme song. I will. I'm saying it's all live. Contribute to that monetarily. Monetarily.
Where you at, Enos? Where you at?
Here's the hat, bro. Put it in the hat, bro. Give us a verse.
Yeah. Pass the plate around.
All right, let's finish up.
I like sports, and that's it.
And that's it. Lavinio.
What pay, Miss Hughes? What pay 15 on?
Never mind, I'll find it.
All right, here we go.
Dedan Kimathi and all the great Pan-Africanists of Africa, we hold them up, not just the one on this soil. But getting back to your question, Pan-Africanism predates Marcus Garvey's birth, which is 1887, by over 100 years. Before Garvey, you had Henry Sylvester Williams, the first black man to use the word Pan-African. Before Garvey, you got Martin Delany, as I mentioned. Before Garvey, you got Henry Highland Garnett, the first black man to give a speech in front of the U.S. Congress. This before Garvey. Alexander Crummell, who built the first intellectual society for black men. Okay, he's before Garvey. Edward Wilmot Blyden, who came to America from the Caribbean islands to get a seminary degree, but because of racism, he was rejected. He goes to Liberia, ends up becoming Secretary of State in Liberia. So no, by no means is Pan-Africanism limited to Garvey, but Garvey is the greatest of them all. Okay. You see that? Michael Jordan did not invent basketball. He became the greatest of them all. Garvey became the greatest of them all. And why is that? Why is Garvey greater than any Pan-Africanist before him and any Pan-Africanist after him? Because Garvey did what none of them could do. He gave Pan-Africanism a worldwide movement of 13 million people on every continent, every major country, in every major city, raising a red, black, and green flag all at one time and saying, we are African. It was never done before Garvey. It was never done since Garvey. The Honorable Marcus Garvey put ships on the water to build a global international distribution network for African people. Never been done before Garvey. No black leader has tried to do it since Garvey. Marcus Garvey is the only leader to give us a mass global organization without the need to exploit black people's religious beliefs. Everybody after Garvey gave you a religion. Islam, Christianity, Hebrew, this, that. Garvey didn't have to do that. The Garvey movement was based on African consciousness, African culture, and African liberation. No religion.
I want to read an excerpt from this book. It says, the rich Negro is not philanthropic to his race. And excuse me if I said that word wrong. Y'all know I don't know how to read. But he does not proportionally give to or help his racial institutions as the white people of wealth do. People like a Rhodes or Rockefeller or any other rich white person will create foundations, schools of research and science, clinics, hospitals, or scholarships. But the Negro will prefer subscribing or donating to these white institutions to show off rather than do for his own race. Now, I'm not gonna lie, when I first read this, it did make me think about like the thoughts or opinions you got on Deion Sanders. He left, you know, HBCU to go to a PWI and coach football. But when it says the rich Negro is not philanthropic to his race, he does not proportionally give to or help his racial institutions. Is that something you agree with?
Absolutely. And he wrote that over 100 years ago. And to give you the backstory in the Philosophy and Opinions, when Marcus Garvey was arrested on fake charges of using the U.S. mails to defraud investors in connection with the Black Star Line steamships. And by the way, J. Edgar Hoover got his first job in the Bureau of Investigation. It wasn't even called FBI yet. It was just Bureau of Investigation. J. Edgar Hoover was given his first job to infiltrate and destroy Garvey. That's his first job. The first full-time black undercover agent was hired to infiltrate and destroy the Garvey movement. That book that you're reading from was compiled by Marcus Garvey's wife, Queen Mother Amy Jakes Garvey. She collected all of Garvey's writings, all of Garvey's speeches, and put it into that book to raise money for his trial to try to get him out of jail. So had it not been for him getting arrested, and had it not been for Queen Mother Amy Jakes Garvey compiling all of his writings and speeches, we would not even know that about Garvey. So that's the backstory. But getting back to your point, he's 100% correct. Look at all the billionaires we got. I just named some of them. Can you name a single institution, relevant institution? Not a barbershop, not a restaurant. Nothing against barbershops and restaurants. We need them. But nobody's not going to die if they don't eat at a restaurant and get their hair cut. You understand? The critical institutions are the banks, the supermarkets, the hospitals, the schools, the manufacturing and the distribution. Every people needs those. Like Garvey said, when you go to the European race, they finance each other. You go to the Mexicans, they finance each other. You go to the Arabs and the Chinese, they finance each other. Their rich people finance the people on the bottom. You don't see that in Black America. I just saw an interview where somebody was talking to a European Jew. You know what he said? He said, the reason Jewish people celebrate their billionaires is because they know when one of us becomes the billionaire, several of them are going to become millionaires automatically. You see that? If he's rich,
let me pause it real quick.
So the wealth of one is automatically the wealth of all. You don't get that in Black America. JC's money.
I agree with his overarching point in the sense that I think Black America needs to do that more. But he just said it right now verbatim. We don't see that in Black America. I want to make a point right now. Jay-Z's money is Jay-Z's money. That is probably true, but Jay-Z's rise to fame has created, he says it in multiple songs. You can go on Google, do your Googles. Jay-Z's prominence in hip hop and business has created multiple Black millionaires. What Umar essentially is saying is like we don't count those. We don't count the distribution of money. We don't count the dissemination of money or the escalation, the elevation of other people that look like you, because you are not giving that money to us. Jay-Z has multiple millionaires that sprouted directly from his label or his efforts, his time as a label head. Like you can go, bro. He got a dude who sat in prison for 12 years, who came out and has become a millionaire. He got people that from his organization directly tied to him that have become millionaires in the Black community. He wouldn't tell you that, and I'm saying I would prefer him say we need to do it more, right? Here's an example of it. Let's do this more. This is my point, as opposed to they do it, we don't do it at all. You don't see that in the Black community. You do. There's several examples of it, but those examples of it are not benefiting you or your movement directly, so they don't count. I don't like that. I feel like he's misrepresenting the true point behind the argument. If you want to say, hey, community, we need to do better, we need to do more, that's one statement. That is not the same as, hey, they do it, we're not doing it. We're not doing it over here. Yes, we are, in very limited quantities. So yeah, we need to do more. But there's examples of the type of I'm having a brain fart of the type of movement that you see in other cultures, in other ethnicities. We have examples over here of that.
You know, if you want to hit it too.
Pause. Hey, Cam made Sugar Duggar a millionaire.
When he was, yeah, that's what I was just going off the lyrics. Jay-Z said when he said Dame made millions, Biggs made millions, Cam made millions. Beans would tell you if he wasn't in his feelings. I was just co-signing what Fresh was saying, but nah. You got something?
Cameron made Sugar Duggar a millionaire. He can't rap or rhyme. He can't dance. y'all don't know nothing about that. That's on a Flex freestyle. I really do this.
You guys Flex? I mean Vulcan. I said Flex. Vulcan.
Flat out man.
I don't have anything to say on that one. Right. Probably a little distracted, but I was looking at the comments and then seeing how the links are going. I want to say to the audience out there, anybody out there listening, again, feel free to send comments in. Feel free to, chime. We want to embrace all the people that's coming out. The purpose of this show, the purpose of this podcast, again, sorry, hold
on. Ew. Hey, wash your hands, B.
So, hand washing, very important, and ladies have a lower mortality rate in childbirth. Hand washing is very important.
Not moving us.
So yeah.
Hey, what?
So I want everybody to understand the purpose of this show.
Yes.
People that are intelligent, they learn information, they study, they read, but that doesn't mean that they have good forms of argumentation. You can have good information, accurate information, and still have bad arguments. You can have good arguments and still come to bad conclusions. That's what they call valid arguments. You have a valid argument, which means your premises, your conclusions logically follow each other, but that doesn't mean you're actually right. So the purpose of this show is for
give an example. Give an example of that, Vulcan.
I would say an ultimate example is when it comes to when Dr. Umar Johnson is speaking, we have to be aware of what's called sophistry. Sophistry. I don't know if Enos wants to put that up on the screen, but it's a very important term for all communities, especially to understand what sophistry is. You know, my grandpa used to say, grandson, if you can't beat him with truth, you'll dazzle him with brilliance. That's a real thing. We want to make sure that we're not just sounding smart, articulating ourselves in a very astute, robust way, but that we are also making sound arguments, syllogisms. Our premises are as accurate as we can make them to be, and that our conclusions from those premises, our points that we make, the conclusion we make in light of those things, follow logically. This show is it's called Vulcan Soapbox because in Star Trek, the Vulcans were a logical people. The right-hand man to Captain Kirk in Star Trek was a Vulcan. Spock, with the funny-looking ears. I'm not the biggest fan of Star Trek. Subtly deceptive reasoning or argumentation, that's what sophistry is.
Hey, to put it in terms that all the culture can understand, because you don't understand him, it don't mean that he's nice. It just means you don't understand all the bullshit that he write.
That's a fact.
To quote the great philosopher Jay-Z.
A bar I used to have my battle. I don't care what he said, fool, because all of it he wrote, everything he read, bull.
Okay, that's a bar.
You know,
that's a bar.
I don't care about that energy. You feel me? But so my point is saying this right here. When it comes to anybody you're gonna see us dissecting, we have our panel discussions where we tackle different topics. This is a more focused because it's dealing with I want to help everybody. The panel wants everybody to think more critically. You may be right, you may be wrong. I'm going to use certain terms that you can look up in Google because I want to empower you to be able to decipher truth from a lie
for yourself.
For yourself. And just use the Bible for instance, in the book of Acts. The Bereans were considered the most noble of the Jews. The Bereans were considered the most noble of the Jews while Paul, the apostle, is teaching them because they were searching to see in the scriptures if what he was saying was true. And they were considered the most noble, meaning that there is a moral and ethical element to being reasonable. For those who are Abrahamic, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, we are commanded to be reasonable. Being reasonable is a moral imperative. It's not optional. I can't choose, I'll be reasonable on this thing, but on that thing I don't have to be reasonable on. I'm commanded to be reasonable about everything, to use my reason. John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word became flesh. That word is the word logos, logic, reasonable, logical. So the point of this show, the point of all the things you're going to see coming from us, especially from myself, the passion I have to do all this stuff is because I want my audience, my incumbents, people that listen and enjoy our material, our craft, our insight, is I want them to be more informed, more capable than they were before they watched the show to decipher the truth from the lie, to know the sophistry from the good forms of argumentation. And that will come from me, Dr. Umar, the President of the United States, your boss, your spouse, doesn't matter who it's from.
AKA, do your Googles. Do your own research, no matter who the source is. If they're not giving you sources, if they're not giving you references and documents and backing up their argument with facts, that's not saying it's not right. That's saying go do your own research and come to your own conclusions, come to your own beliefs. That goes for religions, philosophies across the board. Don't believe don't believe what somebody told you because they told it to you or because of who they are. Believe it because you believe it, because you vetted it and it's something that lines up with what you believe based on the actual belief and not, oh, Dr. Umar said it and he said he loved black people. I love black people. All right, I agree with everything Dr. Umar says. That's crazy. And it appears from the way he presents his arguments that he is exploiting the fact that a good portion of Black America will do just that. Black
Absolutely.
America, I love black people. I love you. I think it should be us over everybody else. Believe everything I say because I told you I love black people.
Yeah, we can't be like my mama Dr. Umar said that alligators are ornery and black people are the greatest because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush. No, that's called audience the appeal to authority fallacy.
Run your mouth.
To authority fallacy. When we appeal to have a good point, we appeal to authorities that aren't real authorities. Now, if we want to know who the first president was, we can find out the website that has that information. But when people are giving you extrapolations and arguments based off of different truths they hold to, different assumptions, presumptions they hold to formulate conclusions that they want you to live your life in accordance to, we need to put those under close examination. Not to be mean, but that's what our due diligence is.
It's accountability.
Trust, but verify.
Verify.
You can't.
It's an accountability thing.
But you can't measure.
Yeah. Hey, if I believe what you say, then it should check out, right?
That's a fact.
I think that that's just in layman's terms. Like, listen.
Let me say this again. This goes back to what we talked about in the very beginning, and I will read out this. I'll read out this, or CJ, AO20 can read it. But I'm gonna say this real quick. Again, one of the main things that we deal with when I talk to people about the Black consciousness and social activism, social economics within the Black context, be mindful of the difference between paranoia and healthy skepticism. The difference
yes.
Healthy skepticism is a science, explanatory power, explanatory scope, Occam's razors. There is a verifiable process to healthy skepticism. If you want to be a skeptic, you can learn the process to be a good skeptic. So you don't have to stay in the same place as you started. Paranoia gets you nowhere.
There's no verifiable. There's no process to prove paranoia.
It's just paranoia.
It's just paranoia. Healthy skepticism. You can do research. You can do experiments. You can do surveys that will help you get to a verifiable conclusion. Hey, here's an assumption, or here's a theory that I have. Let me pare it down to an actual answer that's verifiable. I.e., look at these facts, these numbers, these statistics, these metrics, whatever the case may be. This writing, this is my theory. These are the sources that back up what I think and what I said, whether they're right or not.
You want to hit the definition, or you want me to hit it, or how you want?
I got it. Appeal to authority, also known as argument from authority. Description: insisting that a claim is true simply because a valid authority or expert on the issue said it was true without any other supporting evidence offered. Also, see the appeal to false security. Logical form: according to person one who is an expert on the issue of why is true. I.e., even for Christians, I'm gonna bring it home. My pastor said this is true, so it must be true, as opposed to my pastor said this is true. Let me go verify it using the word. Example one: Richard Dawkins, an evolutionary biologist and perhaps the foremost expert in the field, says that evolution is true, therefore it is true. explanation. Richard Dawkins certainly knows about evolution, and he can confidently tell us that it is true, but that doesn't make it true. What makes it true is the preponderance of evidence for the theory, i.e., what makes evolution, what would make evolution true if it were true, is the amount of evidence that proves it, and not the fact that someone who says they are an expert or someone who knows how to explain it says it's
Absolutely
true.
right. Absolutely right. So I want everybody to hear that. So you got to recognize the conflict of interest. If this guy's a Pan-African, he cannot believe in interracial dating. That goes against his core beliefs of Pan-Africanism. He can't believe.
You have to,
huh?
You have to break that down.
Because
he can't believe in interracial dating, therefore he can't believe in the offspring of interracial dating, which goes back to his statement, we don't exclude anybody. If you have a white mom or a white dad, we accept you. How? You don't support the union that spawned that interracial individual. And it's based on your beliefs, you don't even want other individuals like that to exist in the future.
So yeah, I want everybody to really keep these things in mind. Look up these terms. These terms will arm you to be able to protect yourself from people who seek to use you to prop themselves up on the major scale, because they know that. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. He's just whipping you into a froth, into a fervor.
Absolutely. And then only solution, according to him, because America's only problem or number one terrorist is the Pan-Africanism, and he's Pan-African. He's the foremost Pan-African. So who you can look to but him?
He's the biggest conscious voice there is. 13 years straight.
Yeah, and the only thing he's missing now is some kind of martyrdom speech. And
listen,
I hate to tell y'all, but that comes later.
Yeah.
So
hey,
what we got on the video?
We have, what is it?
To clarify, real quick, I was going to make this point at the end, but I'm going to keep reiterating this because I know there are going to be people who are watching this or will see this in the future who are going to be like, they hating on Umar. We're not hating on Umar. We're not even saying he's wrong. We're saying his method is designed. His argument is designed to have you support and believe what he says based on the fact that he is who he is, as opposed to being substantiated by facts that are verifiable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hey, I talk slick. I say a lot of things that I know you guys are going to latch on to. You should believe me because I'm for you.
Yeah, there are things that he's saying that are non-debatable. And there 100%. Are things that he's saying that are very much debatable. And the thing is that for most of us, we don't know the difference. They all sound so well articulated. They all sound so amazing.
He says some verifiable facts. He utilizes verifiable facts. So for those, go verify them, and that stuff is true, right? Some of the statistics that he utilizes are true, right? Some of the facts that he talks about, people, who they are, where they came from, what they represented, right? Mm-hmm. Figures in history, that stuff is true. So we're not saying that he's full of ish, to put it in layman's terms. We're just saying, just because some of the stuff he says is true, you shouldn't believe everything that he says is true. Go do your research.
Well, that's why we started the show, right?
Right. To look at what people say, including us, with a critical eye, critical thinking, break it down, prove it, verify, trust but verify. It sums it up perfectly.
I'm a big fan of Dr. Umar. I watch all of his videos. I enjoy his material. I enjoy the work he does when it comes to the school to prison pipeline and stuff he does about protecting moms, protecting their young sons. I was a young man who was on Ritalin and was diagnosed with ADHD at some point in time. Couldn't sit still in class. So all the material he says on that stuff, I'm hook, line, and sinker. I'm down with it 100%. So again, just because I'm critical of somebody doesn't mean that I'm saying that what they're saying, a lot of things, the points that they're making are not true. But just because somebody says a lot of truthful things, don't mean that we shouldn't verify the things, other things outside of what they're saying that we know to be true, and that's the
and that's it. Yeah, just
that's the purpose.
I concur with that. I'm a
Yeah,
supporter of Umar and what his motivations are. I just have a problem with the method.
Yeah, I just want to say that's the purpose of the show for the audience. Like I start off saying, it's an art and a skill to analyze. So that's what we want to suggest. Give you some suggestions. As critical thinkers, it's our duty to always remind ourselves how flawed our human thinking is at times. That's the purpose of human. That's the purpose of being a critical thinker. So checking our egocentric, even socio-centric tendencies sometimes come up in our conversations. The critical thinking aspects put that stuff in check. So we just want to offer and help y'all develop your intellectual virtues. That's the purpose.
Educate yourself. Arm yourself with knowledge.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on that, y'all. With something like, a lot of things in life are intuitive. Most things in life that we do, driving, opening the refrigerator, tying our shoes, it fits with our intuition so perfectly. There's no need to really think critically about a lot of those things. But there are some very important things in life that are counterintuitive. So when you have somebody appealing to your intuitions to be tribal, to hate the out group and love the in group, they're not like us. It feels good. It feels reasonable. It makes perfect sense. We have to be careful that some things are going to be counter to our intuitions that are true. You may go to the doctor and go, my back hurts. I don't know if I'm laying down the wrong way, or I don't know if clothes I'm wearing is too tight, or my chair's not right. And the doctor says, well, the reason why your back hurts is because your legs are not the same length. Who would have thought? Your back's messed up because your legs are not the same length, or your pelvis is not aligned properly. Some things aren't going to just make sense to the human mind. Some things are going to be like, wow, I never would have thought it was that. That's crazy. My lips are chapped, not because the air is cold, but because I have a deficiency in vitamins. Who would have thought?
So yeah, folks, that's what we want to encourage. Was develop, the intellectual virtues, improve our intellectual thinking and intellectual integrity.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the purpose. All right, so let's anything fresh before we get in the last few minutes?
Nah, let's wrap it up.
And like I said, this is gonna be a 4-part series. So it's just the beginning, y'all. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, we only got through 30 minutes of this video. This is a 2-hour interview, ain't it? 2 and some change.
We go hard, man.
Yeah.
Pause.
Pause. Yeah. Sorry.
LeBron's money is LeBron money. Oprah Winfrey, the richest woman in the history of the North American continent, black or white. Oprah hasn't built a single institution in America for black people. Nothing would be more embarrassing than if Oprah Winfrey leaves this earth. And I wish nothing on her because I love the sister. But when she goes to her ancestors, she's going to leave probably one of the biggest estates in human history. And you never use none of that money for your people during your lifetime. All these celebrities we got, they don't do nothing. What are we celebrating right now? 50 years of hip hop. This whole year has been a celebration of 50 years of hip hop, and nobody has had a conversation yet. Has hip hop benefited the black community? Overall, has this been a plus or has this been a minus? Now let's go to the institution. Hip hop is the most influential musical form in the world right now. 50 years. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry, of course, dominated by European Jews. But yet and still, many of these artists are very wealthy. Not a single institution has come from hip hop in 50 years. Am I supposed to ignore that? Am I supposed to act like these young brothers out here who pushing death and destruction, sexual exploitation and miscegenation of black women, these young brothers who out here pushing drug selling, going to jail, and everything possibly illegal to children, I'm supposed to believe that this was a blessing to the black community when you brainwashing our kids, and on top of the brainwash, on top of the toxic content, you don't even come back to the community and do anything good for it except give out some damn turkeys and sneakers. Are you kidding me? With the type of money that hip hop has generated around the world, there should be at least 25 Black Wall Streets in America right now. Chicago should have a Black Wall Street. LA should have a Black Wall Street. Atlanta should have a Black Wall Street. Memphis should have a Black Wall Street. Milwaukee should have a Black Wall Street. Little Rock should have a Black Wall Street with all the money that these gangster rappers are making, and yet and still they do nothing for their people. That is what Garvey is talking about.
Black wealth, according to Umar.
You would think.
So how far are we in the video now?
If he's about to go to a different point, I think that's a perfect place to end it. Actually, I think it's a perfect place to end it.
And the crazy thing, there's a lot to unpack in what he said so far.
We had 3 hours, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I mean, that went by fast, really.
I'll go and talk
now.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right.
I will say this. I do agree. That was one of the points I actually agree with. That's something we do have to question with hip hop. 50 years of hip hop, was it a plus or minus? That's something.
Is it a? So here's my thing. As a person who wants, I don't even want to say verifiable facts, but as a person who questions everything, okay, I agree with you emotionally, Umar. I feel the same way as you do. Let's talk about criteria. If we're going to decide whether hip hop in the last 50 years or in its entirety is a plus or a minus, what's the criteria? Like, I just want to ask questions. Look, what are you talking about? Because right now, he's leaning towards it's a minus. Based on what, though? What are your facts? Like, what information do you have that says verifiably that hip hop is in the plus or the minus column? I'm willing to have the conversation. What's the criteria? What are we basing this on? What evidence? What proof? What sources are we saying? Okay, this puts hip hop as a whole over here in the minus column, or as a whole in the plus column.
Yeah. I think, Doctor. Again, I would like to second that motion to the extent that Darius was saying. Enos was saying that I do agree that we do need to evaluate hip hop on the pros and cons, like we would evaluate anything.
Yep.
People have evaluations at their job. Companies have evaluations. That's a normal thing. You can't manage what you can't measure. You can't manage what you can't measure. We need to measure it. And so we do need to do that. And that's actually a really good way to kind of end this whole thing, is to just really discuss that portion of it. As far as what he's talking about, as far as the lack of institutions, I do tend to agree with him about that. I think all the money that's made within hip hop, even though whites still control the music industry. So the contracts a lot of blacks got weren't the greatest contracts. We do have a good amount of black millionaires that have come out of it. So what I would want to say about that, sorry, I had a message come in, so I was reading the message, but about the podcast, but one thing I want to say about that is I do agree that more institutions can be built. These guys use that money to get the most attractive one they can get, and increase their celebrity and their
social cachet.
Their social cachet. While they
this is the entertainment
pedal,
business. That's the entertainment business. They do that in the pop.
Huh?
That's the entertainment business. They do that in pop culture, rock and roll, the rock and roll lifestyle.
Satan's a musician.
Yeah, that's the entertainment business. That's what they do.
Hey, no, I heard you.
Yeah.
I heard you.
Yeah.
Y'all don't want Enos to get on here and get to spin these bars, bro.
Yeah, let's do it. But yeah, so y'all, the reality is this right here. We do need to evaluate hip hop. That's very important to do so. I'm a big fan of hip hop. I'm a big critic of hip hop. My dad's from New York. I listen to hip hop since I was a little kid. I know all the lyrics. But at the same time, it is one of the main contributors in destroying our community, because it is the theme music for the most sinister of characters within our environments. And not just that, there are aspects of hip hop that are the theme music for some of our brightest characters, some of our most unique characters, most our creative characters, our most spiritual characters. That's very true. But the dominant form of hip hop is targeted to the youth, and it is glorification of the most foul aspects of our culture. And
that would be something that we could verify. That statement that Vulcan just made would be something we can go back into the history of hip hop, the annals of hip hop, and verify.
Yeah,
with numbers and science.
For sure.
Where we could take those metrics and say, okay, you know what, based on these metrics as a whole, especially because 50 years really ain't that long.
Not that long.
We can emphatically say after we've done the proper research, after we've run the surveys and the experiments with the controls, we can say hip hop has been a plus or minus to the Black community. I'm just saying the experiment should be run as opposed to hip hop is bad or hip hop is good. And you know what? I agree with him. I'm gonna just go with what they say based on the fact that they made a statement that I agree with.
Absolutely right. And so I do think that just like, you just want to say,
Oh
no.
Yeah, just like we're critical of Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar is critical of hip hop, and I think, and so I would hope that if he were to hear this show, he wouldn't take this as some type of attack on his persona, his character, his intentions, his motives. Because to me, I'm not really questioning that stuff so much, because I don't know if some of this stuff is a blind, an oversight on his part, a blind spot on his part, or whether that he could be intentionally misleading people with his verbiage. So my point is saying that because he's critical of others, Oprah and the like, I'm assuming he considers it an open game to be critical of him. Back to hip hop, I think that we need to evaluate hip hop, and we got to decide as a community. Well, we got to decide as individuals, and it'd be nice if we decided as a community if the harm that hip hop brings our community is worth the revenue that it generates.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that he makes a really good point. I don't know if we want to go how much we're going to go into that right now, but I do think that's a really good point. And I appreciate Dr. Umar with his platform raising awareness to that. Not too many men are on his level, outside of what Charleston White raised that level of awareness. Mm. Obama's playing rappers at his inauguration. Michael Eric Dyson's writing books, making these rappers poets, and like Edgar Allan Poe. Mm. So, and they are poets.
I was about to say, they are poets.
But some of their material is definitely not what I would consider the best for our communities.
It's not moving us forward as a people. It's not progressing us.
But the issue is culture.
100%. But here's the thing: culture is created by the people.
The people have created the culture.
We can create and expand and morph our culture to fit what it is that we do.
That's facts. That's big facts.
It just has to be, because here's the thing: our culture, right? There's a big push on, I'm gonna say, like not Black intellectuals, but like Black women are metrically the most educated demographic in America. Am I correct in saying that?
I think
are the most degreed.
Yeah, I would think there's been some dispute. They may be just the most enrolled.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it recently, but I know originally my understanding.
I've heard that though. I've heard that, to answer your question, brother. As I've heard that. I mean, I
right. And to a point, whether, and I'm not saying it's not a fact or whether it is, but what I'm saying is,
I don't know
because
that
we're known as that, because
that's
a commonly held that's a commonly held thing in our community. We could be known for that. That could be our culture if we decided it as a collective. If we collectively decided that education was cool, that could be our culture.
Well, what part of our culture are we talking about? Because, like, if we're talking about our culture from our generation, maybe.
Right.
But these kids, they're in a different culture. I mean, they're getting the hip hop because that's part of the. I feel like hip hop destroyed us.
Well, is it safe to
But
say? I would just want to say, is it safe to say our culture is dominated by a subculture? I mean, is that possible?
no, it
I
was
would
say
agree with that. If
no.
are we counting hip hop as a subculture,
Yeah,
a culture
subculture. Our
within our
culture
culture? I
is
think so.
Okay, so
guided by
so so
subculture.
so if hip hop is the subculture, then hip
Mhm.
hop had a large part in creating
Yeah.
what we have now. But
Right.
what I'm saying is, look, aside from that, like we know that, and we can speculate on that.
Mhm.
I listened to everything that y'all were saying, and it's like, damn, I'm late to the party. But I have felt the thought. Let me. I guess that's the best way I can explain that. Is I felt the thought because I see it, I've lived it, I know it.
Mhm.
I may not be able to articulate it intellectually, even though I am in that
And
realm.
intellectual.
Yeah, but like I said, I've been outside for a very long time. Like I'm out and about,
Figuratively and
and
literally.
yeah, I
My man
mean,
is outside right now.
bro, I'm literally like, look where I'm at. I can show you
Outside.
the street sign. Like it's funny, but it's not funny. Look, what I'm saying is what God has brought me to, and what God has brought y'all to. I am so great. When I caught that link and I seen what y'all are doing, I was like, yo. And so I chimed in. But I'm on my assignment. Y'all are on yours. But we're speaking about the same issues, like what's been in my heart from 6 years old, 8 years old, nine, like
We on the same page. We speaking the language.
Mhm.
This the same language.
when I caught that link and I chimed in and I seen what was going on here, for me it was like a breath. Man, I'm like, oh,
Like-minded people. Let me get with my folks. Y'all speaking my language real quick.
Yeah.
whoa.
Did we ever?
When I say that, and I come in hot. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. I'm glad to hear
yeah.
that. I don't
But
know if
that's me
did we
though.
ever go over the definition, of the Messianic complex? So y'all, we're doing
We should
while you
have
pulling
that
that up,
in
let me
the
just
show.
say this: we're doing a 4-part series. This is a 2-hour video of Dr. Umar Johnson. I want to cover Rizza Islam. There's a lot of scholars out there I want to cover and go over their material, but we're starting with Dr. Umar on this video today. It's a 4-part series we're going to be covering. We got to decide we're going to do the next one, y'all. We got to decide that at some point in time. But
Hey, it's at some point, if y'all run these views up and get us hot in the streets, y'all will get to see Vulcan debate some of these folks.
Yeah, that's the goal.
he
that's the
wants to
goal.
smoke.
I want all the smoke, man. And spirited conversation to edify everybody. But the thing is, I'll say this right here. So the purpose of this show, again, Messiah complexion, it's a play on the words, obviously, because Dr. Umar is really big in the melanin and the complexion thing. But the point of it, I'll read it off here. The Messiah complex is a mental state in which a person believes they are a prophet and will save or redeem people in a religious endeavor. The term can also refer to a state of mind in which an individual believes that they are responsible for saving or assisting others. So the thing about figures, not just Dr. Umar, he's just one of many, is
One
that
of many, many, many,
one
many.
of one of many, right? And so the thing
I'm
is,
the one that built the school that benefits the black community more than
absolutely
anybody
right.
else. You got to come through me.
You got to come through me. And if you
Crazy.
disagree with
Man,
me,
and okay. Oh, brother, I want to let you speak, but man,
Yeah, so I really wanted to cover this. I want people to understand that they're just like, like what a lot of times what happens when we read the Bible or we read the Quran or read the Mishnah, we read whatever the religious text we're reading, and because it's history and the narrative's already there, it looks like a religion to us, right? But the people of the day, it was everyday life. Like if somebody amongst us right now would say, "Hey, follow me, I got the truth," we wouldn't see it as that's a new religion. But 100 years from now, when I read about the guy, that was a new religion. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm saying in the same context, I want us to recognize in the moment and give our flowers in the moment to a man, Dr. Umar Johnson, who is creating a religion in today's time period right in front of us. We need to give him his flowers today. But we also need to recognize that he needs to be vetted the way we would vet a prophet or a Messiah figure.
So what makes him different than the G. Craig Lewis?
I would say that the main difference between him and G. Craig Lewis is G. Craig Lewis is speaking on behalf of somebody else. Kind of like the difference between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Malcolm X is saying that Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So that's his source. That's who validates his message. G. Craig Lewis is saying,
I would say all praise and glory to the Most High, to the Father, to Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so G. Craig would say, hey, I'm coming from the Bible. The Bible, we can look at archaeological understanding of it. We can dig. We can look into the languages. We can look into the multiple attested stories by over 40 different authors, with over 66 different books, depending upon if you're Protestant or Catholic, maybe even more so if you're Catholic. We can look at the independent attestation from the different groups of people.
Okay.
But with Dr. Umar, what do we have? What book do we have? What book can he offer?
We don't have none of that. We have everything with Dr. Umar.
G. Craig Lewis, a lot of what he's talking about is based in actual science, like the effects that music has on the human psyche and subconscious. Like that stuff is based in science. That stuff is those facts are verifiable.
Now, don't get me wrong.
Exactly.
I have my criticisms of Dr. Umar. I mean, of G. Craig Lewis as well.
Of course, it's a critical thinking.
Throwback Thursday. We have to do some G. Craig. I don't know.
Absolutely. Because I believe, and that's the thing, just because I believe what G. Craig says and I subscribe to it, that doesn't mean I can't look at what he says with a critical eye. That doesn't mean I believe 100% of what G. Craig Lewis says because I believe 1%.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna comb through everything he says.
I bet.
I'm gonna say, you know what?
So
I like that, and I don't like that. I don't agree with that. And then I would have to verify my non-belief with some sort of facts.
Absolutely.
See, and y'all know, we don't have to go into all that, but I want to say this one. I want to speak to this one point. Y'all were there at the meeting.
Hold on. That rice rocket is loud behind you, bro. Somebody definitely put a muffler on a 2000 Honda.
No, the meeting. I'm gonna call it the meeting. It added upon what really sent me on a different course in life.
Is he frozen?
No, I'm gonna wait for it.
Who, me?
Oh, okay.
It really set me on a totally different course. That meeting. You remember that meeting?
Which one? Which meeting?
Okay.
With Mark at the Church of Christ off of Crestway.
I Waltham?
Yeah. Over on that side.
God, I was like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
Man, the damage that was done to me that day.
You know, and that was the crazy thing about it. And this has been always a fascinating thing for me because back in those days when I would go find out what my boys was up to, what kind of churches they were going to, what kind of doctrine was being espoused, think about that place. I was like, this guy does not know the Bible very well. I'm like, I'm reading, I'm going like, one thing, that guy was oneness, apostolic. He didn't believe in the Trinity. He believed it to be baptized to be saved. You had to speak in tongues.
You talking about Ken? That's not what I'm talking about.
Wrong guy. Who are we talking about?
Yikes.
Which one are we talking about? Before that?
James,
or after?
James, come on, man. Don't do me like that. You don't remember?
What we're talking about?
It was almost like a gang war. It was me and my people coming against you and who you brought, and we sat up in that room. It was bad, bro. It was so bad. It was like we're arguing doctrine, bro, because I was going to Grace with you.
Oh, yeah.
And I was coming out of man, you forgot all about
James said I done had so many battles. They all run together now.
And see, me
I guess so, maybe.
Me and Eno somebody all the time. People don't realize like, my personality is a converter personality type. So like what I'm doing with one person, I'm doing it on a 24/7 basis in my work life, my social life, my
that's true
life. So stories run together. Like it's not like a lot of guys when they're with me, they're doing things they normally don't do. But for me, I'm doing what I do on a regular basis.
He did it at work. He did it at school. He did it at home. He was running fades everywhere he went.
Like you mentioned
running fades.
A2O. You mentioned Hebrew Israelites. I went to their school for 2 or 3 days and wrote a book for them.
You know, bro, you always kind of been that way, but you turned up at a certain point.
Some would say.
And after that
always
point,
want to fight.
That's what he used to say.
Man, after that point, it was a wrap.
Yeah, it's funny. Sorry, go ahead, Enos.
Because I didn't hear from James. I didn't hear from Vulcan. Wow. So when I was introduced to some different scholars, they're like, man, this stuff, I've been on this since 06.
Hey, listen.
Since 06.
Hey, I can verify he right. Hey, that's facts. He not capping. Once we got into after G Craig, that man went down a rabbit hole. He never came out. Never came out.
I came out, my hair spiked in different directions, and I ain't slept in 3-4 years.
Bro, that man went through so many different phases in his life with this journey.
Yeah, I'm talking about Hebrew Israelites, Institute of Divine Meditation.
Hey, back in those days, James was outside.
Outside, bro.
Nobody else was on that type of time.
Hey, I'm telling you, and Vulcan was taking all comers too, bro. All comers.
He wasn't ducking no fade.
No smoke, bro.
No. He like, what's to you?
My boys were like, I got some new information. I'm like, bro, I debated got 2 years ago about this.
He's like, man, no, bro.
Bro. Hey, Vulcan was out there thumping in the streets.
Busy, man. I was out there trying to get busy.
Yeah.
Colloquially for the street folks, my man was going to different hoods looking for the fade, bro.
Y'all A2O can tell you. I was gonna pop up at his new church at some point in time, and he knew that.
No, man, this man was like, man, hey, your church is false. Get up out that bitch. Get up. Like, you might need to.
You might need to get up out of there, B.
You might need to break that lease.
what they saying don't line up with the book. Listen, I got the text right here. I've been reading. Here's what the text say. What he
said,
with
scripture.
that don't line up
with it. Like, man, hey, no, he's meeting with pastors, meeting with all pastors,
bro. I'm telling you, bro, he was going to different hoods looking for the fade, bro.
The man of God of the house.
The man of God. Yeah.
The man. The man. Coming to see
you know what? Hey, the best part was too. He'd go out there and be like, hey, and bring your people too, bro. Like, tell your people.
Tell your friends about me.
Tell your friends about me. If they want smoke, I'm ready, bro. Oh man.
Fresh. I was telling T about this. You remember T on another episode?
What's going on with the sound, G?
Fresh.
What's up?
Hey, too. So I was telling T about Vulcan, right?
Yeah.
So I was telling, I was like, yeah, it seemed like a really sharp brother, and I was like, I was talking about astrology, and like how astrology is a waste of time, and T, he's into looking at different ideologies.
Yeah.
He's like, somebody don't like astrology. I was like, yeah. So I told him a little about stuff Vulcan used to do back in the past. The stuff y'all confirming, I wasn't there to witness. And he was like, hold up.
I don't know. Hey, Darius, you was on the phone for a lot of these conversations at the beginning. We gonna call Darius. Hey, I'm gonna come on with Darius.
Yeah.
We gonna get him on the horn for this one.
Knows. I wonder if I was paying attention all the way sometimes. But yeah.
Hey, so you know what? That tracks.
He said, look, he was like, I was like, what was he wearing? He like, they say he be wearing sweatpants and
bruh,
Chuck Taylors and stuff. Right?
I was there, bro. I was there.
See, like, look, for a man to be out there, and you said this guy is smart, he's out there talking about the hospital with sweatpants. He said that's a special dude right there. That means this man already looked at all
John the Baptist, man.
Listen, the man was eating hungry man meals every day, bro. He hungry for the word, bro. I don't need real food, dog.
Just straight preservatives.
Straight preservatives, bro. GMO. I need the word.
I'm living off GMO.
Oh man, hey, listen. I just want to let y'all know. I'm gonna tell you how dedicated this man is, right? And it's not hyping him, right? I was on that journey with him for the most part. Listen, we was young, bro. My man Vulcan basically, and I'm saying basically, I ain't saying he made a declaration of it, but he basically gave up women in pursuit of knowledge. The man had his closet was like Doug Funny's closet, bro. It was the same outfit over and over again. He had sweatpants and a white tee, and it wasn't Chucks. It was Air Forces, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably Air Forces.
It was Air Forces every day.
A black man still gotta have nice kicks, though. I mean, no matter how bummy I'm going.
He ain't completely go down the hole, but he definitely didn't care about. And keep in mind, Darius, we know Vulcan from before I call it his bummy phase. We know him from before that. He wasn't always that. There was a point in time where he cared about that. After G. Craig Lewis blew his mind, he said, "I need more." He was out here looking for smoke.
And the crazy thing about a lot of that stuff, well, you know what's crazy? He knows. I don't know if you want to talk about like your kind of journey when it comes to the Vulcan, the epistemology, the understanding component. Because all three of y'all have kind of been there since I was a pup. And we all grew up together in a real way. So. I don't know if you want to share your kind of journey when it comes to the Vulcan thing, or y'all.
Oh yeah. That was one of the motivations of the shows, because like listening to Umar and some of these guys, I guess you can call them the black conscious. A lot of the stuff they say, you can it resonate. Like Well, A2 was saying some things is feelings intuitive, right? Without investigation. So you realize when you listen to a lot of that stuff, a lot of the listeners, or just in our culture, are intellectually either fatigued or just lazy. You know, I give the fatigue. I give them fatigue because the reason I say intellectual fatigue because without having a science of knowing what's true or not, you're reading a lot of books, read a lot of documentaries. There's a lot of information you're taking in that can make you fatigued. So once you learn the art or the science of deciphering what's right, what's true, what's not true, it's almost like I don't want to say a shortcut, but it gives you a healthy balance of what you're looking for. Real healthy balance.
Yeah.
It almost is a shortcut though, because it helps you be able to recognize BS for what it is.
Example that I typically use when I became a security guard, when I first was getting like a full-time job. When I was first on full-time job, but I hadn't had a full-time job in a while. I was getting a full-time job, and I had to go through this training to be a security guard. And this is like probably like 2010, something like that. And the guy was an older black gentleman who had been in the military, had traveled as a trainer and stuff like that. And he was talking about his life as being a Baptist and traveling the world and studying all these books and reading all these books and stuff like that. And so he put the cap on his lecture by saying this. He goes, the one thing I've learned in life, everybody, is that there are no absolutes in life. I've been a Baptist, I've been this, I've been that, I've been this, and I've learned there's just no absolutes in life. And so everybody's clapping for him and clapping and clapping. And he said a lot of things that were true. He said a lot of experiences. He's an older gentleman that's doing well for himself. It all made perfect sense to the intuition, right? But
not to the intellect.
My hand was doing this though, and I was like, James, just relax. You're trying to get your certification to be a security guard. You don't need to say anything, James.
I guarantee you couldn't do it.
Yeah, I couldn't do my arm.
I guarantee you said something. I can say something.
I can say something. Yeah. I balls out. I can say something. So I put my arm up, and he was like, "Yeah, Mr. Watts, what you got over there?" I said, "You said that you traveled the world. You've been a Baptist. You've done these various different things. You studied abroad, all these different kind of things. And you said the one thing you've learned in life is that there are no absolutes." He goes, "Absolutely." And I go,
"That's the only thing you learned?"
I was like, "Isn't that an absolute?"
"Isn't that an absolute?" Hey, why are you like this?
And he goes, he goes, that's a good point. He goes, that's a good
question, right?
I never thought about that before. That's a good point. Now, my point is saying this. As a Vulcan, the Vulcans were the logical people. They're about logic and reason.
Logic over everything is the point.
Yeah, you're on mute, A2O. You're on mute. We can't hear you. But so what I was saying is the thing about that is that if you don't understand logic and reason, what that guy says is going to sound absolutely accurate because it seems to fit right with our intuition. He's an older man. He's done well for himself. You're just a lowly security guard. He's had all these experiences, and what he speaks so articulate, and he's teaching you something.
He speaks so well.
He speaks so well. And so why not listen to him? Why not listen to him? Well, the guy's statement is in direct conflict to his prior statement. It's self-contradictory. He made an absolute when he doesn't believe in absolutes.
But okay, so what happens when you're a person that speaks absolutes but contradicts your absolutes? How do you fix that?
I don't want to quote the scripture that
you're illogical.
I don't want to quote the scripture that says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
I would venture to say it's more requiring people to be intentional about what they say.
No, that's telling them.
Did you say
he quoted the scripture.
Brandon Pitt's on here?
Yeah, hold on. We send him the link.
Bring him in.
Come on, man.
Bring in. I just want to add on, like I was saying earlier. That's when shout out to Vulcan
and that's been my dilemma.
So here's my thing. I would venture to, and this may be a departing from maybe the main theme here, but in my opinion, because I
don't want a theme, bro. I don't care about it.
But what I'm saying is I don't think that dude was illogical. He was in by definition, but I don't think that was his intention. I don't think he was trying to. I think he was not being intentional about his words and statements. I don't think he understood what Vulcan understood about what you say, because people speak like people in general speak in generalities. They require you. It's almost built into society that I require you to read between the lines. But what you do with that is you leave assumptions to a lot of people, which is there's no clarity there. That's why perspective is so big in corporate society, which I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I don't think it should, because I want you to understand what I mean based on what I say. And what I say is what I mean based on the fact that I said what I meant. I don't need you to, there's no in between, there's no read between the lines, there's no assumptions involved. I don't think enough people communicate straightforward like that. Some people don't communicate like that on purpose, which is part of the reason why we're having this particular segment, is because some people understand this about humans. They understand that that's how they communicate, that's how they understand and perceive communications, so they utilize that to their advantage to dupe or pull the wool over eyes of the majority. Hey, I'm gonna say a bunch of things that's true, and I'm gonna slip some ideology in here that's questionable, but you're not gonna question that because it's surrounded by things that sound good, that taste good to you. I'm gonna sneak you some medicine in something that you like.
Yeah.
And I say medicine, I'm gonna sneak you poison in something that you like. Let me say it like that.
It doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be how you phrase it. I'm here because I chose to be here. To receive this word.
Right. But not everyone is like that though. If you're gonna take accountability, yes. If you're gonna be fully accountable, I'm here because I agree with your message. But you're not gonna get how many people do you know that's gonna take full accountability for their actions and their motivations like that?
I'm here so I don't get fined.
I don't know too many. I don't know too many. All I know is that I've been out here, and y'all know I've been out here.
Right.
I was with y'all at one point, and now I'm not. And I'm here. I'm still here.
We see you. We see you out there.
And not. But what I'm saying is, yes.
Hey, ask Pitts if he could still dunk.
Ask
Pitts if his knees still work.
If my life depended on it, yes, it would happen.
Yeah, you gun to my head, I could do it.
So one of the things.
So just to add on to what Vulcan was saying earlier.
That sounds bad.
That's why the people that are speaking, the speakers, it's okay to hold them accountable. When you're in front of a crowd and you're speaking, it's good for vocals to step up and challenge. And, and to him to clarify and see the error.
It don't always have to be a challenge. We do that within this group. When Vulcan says something or when Eno says something, I ask for clarification.
Yeah.
The last one that we did, I was asking for a source. I stated it in too many different ways where it wasn't as clear as I wanted it to be, but I wasn't challenging his statement. I was saying, give me the source. I think it's okay to ask for clarification, to ask for definition, and not let people, because here's the thing. There are many people, historical figures, who got away with, I'm gonna call it got away with, atrocities based on the fact that no one challenged what they were saying. No one asked for clarification. No one said Hitler. So when you say A, B, and C, do you mean this or do you mean this? He was a great speaker. He was intellectually gifted. He bolstered the masses, and everyone was just like, I mean, I like the packaging, man. I like how you put it together. I'm gonna go ahead and rock with him, as opposed to, hey, man, what you mean when you say that? Not a challenge, but you because oftentimes when you do that, you require that speaker to show you one his work, right? Show me the depth that you went to. Show me if you really about this, right? Are you playing the masses with pleasantries to get us into something, or did you really do your work, right? Show me your work. Oftentimes, if they're just playing the masses, if it's just pleasantries, their arguments, their logic is going to start to unravel. That's where investigations come from. That's where experimentation is important. Hey, this is true, but is it true all the way? All right, so let's ask questions. I'm in a certain industry. I'm in the safety industry. We do deep dives. We do 5 whys, right? Hey, this incident happened, and it happened because, hey, I hit this pole, or I should say I hurt myself, right? In my industry, I hurt myself, right? I hurt myself doing what? Oh, I hurt myself lifting this box, right? If I wanted to, right, on surface level, I could take that as cause and effect and write it off. Oh, I mean, he hurt himself lifting a box, right? Now I want to know though, how is you lifting the box? Why did you lift the box like that? If you lifted the box wrong, why did you lift it wrong? Was it training, right? Was it a personal choice? Ergonomics, right? Lifting mechanics, lifting a load. When you do that, oftentimes you start to unravel the initial story or statement, right? Hey, I lifted it. I lifted it perfectly every time, and I still hurt myself. Some people will tell you that because they know how to do it, right? Okay, so cool. Let's go to the footage. Let me back this up with facts. How'd you hurt yourself? Right? I looked on the footage. You said you lifted properly, but I noticed your knees never bent when you lifted that 75-pound box. So now I gotta ask you, right? And it's not me. It is, in that particular case, it's me challenging, but it's not built to prove them wrong. I need clarification. I need you to say, I need you to have a basis of information that substantiates your claim. It's not always a challenge. It's not we're not hating on someone like Umar. I'm saying, hey, the statements that you make, can you substantiate it? Is there more? When you say this, what do you mean? Please clarify, because it could mean a bunch of different things. I'm trying to figure out what one thing you're talking about.
I came in asking questions, and I came in asking pretty substantial questions. And then when I came in chopping it up with y'all, and I didn't realize that y'all were on the call that y'all are on. Like, y'all are on a live with people in the live. I didn't realize that, so I apologize, because I wouldn't have came into this live like that.
No, you're fine. It's good. It's good.
It's good for the folks to see us interact, where we interact with people on this. We're not afraid of.
I gotta be me though. So it's like, I'm gonna be me. I'm not going to be anything other than me, representing myself in the midst of a live with. But then I seen what was going on, and I was like, damn. And then James muted me, so I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm doing too much. All right, let me go.
No, that was me. That was part of me.
I think it was based on the background noise, not what you were saying.
Somebody.
Yeah, it was part of your background noise.
It was just loud in the background. We couldn't hear what somebody was saying. It wasn't muting you, muting your environment.
Yeah. Well, I understood. I understood the mute though, because I'm like, yo, I'm doing too much. Because I realized what's going on. I didn't know y'all was
doing all that.
like no, the whole conversation. I'm like, I was just thrown off because I've been estranged. for so long.
Come on back to the
I just
flock.
can't. Yeah, bro. I just came back from Vegas a couple months ago. I'm getting reacclimated to San Antonio, and I caught the leak,
Mm. That's what's up.
and I chimed in. I'm so fresh. I got man, my phone going off right now. I
What's up?
Any other questions?
I chi- I chimed in because it was necessary. I would say that.
You got any questions for what was spoke about today? Any questions?
Questions, comments, concerns.
Or thoughts, maybe?
Audience, any questions? Audience?
Or your audience?
Oh,
Whoever
we
not
are
there.
still well.
Yeah.
We are in here.
But, yeah, but to
Hot.
agree with what you were saying earlier, Fresh, that's what, like I said, once you get over that mental no, that's what it was. It was mental being stagnant too in your thinking. And that's the beauty
Mental
of
stagnation.
yeah, man.
Mental
So
stagnation. Mental
yes.
stagnation. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and fatigueness. Like A2, I was telling him earlier, you get that fatigueness because you read a lot of books. This is me personally what I was doing. So,
It's not
you
even
know,
books for me. Not for me. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of books. It's a lot of learning. It's a lot of reading. But for me, it's been a lot of life, living, interacting, experiences. You know, and
experiences.
so
That might be better than your mind was. I don't know. I might have to deal with that.
Well, my
But
whole thing is, if most of us never really learn critical thinking as a science.
yeah,
And
that's
so
what I
we're
want
kind
to
of
know.
left with our natural abilities of critical thinking, and it's going to vary person to person. But it's actually something that can be studied. You can actually go to school. You can look up epistemology. You can become an epistemologist if you want to. You can look up the theory of knowledge and how to learn things and how to figure things out, how to know a good argument from a bad argument. You learn this in debate class. You learn this in school, peer review, scientific method, hypothesis, test of falsifiability. We learn these different techniques to be able to help us decipher a truth from a lie, right? Now, the thing is that, those are just shadows of the real thing, which is epistemology as a study in and of itself. And because we don't learn that stuff in school, we learn the things I mentioned in school. We don't really learn it as a discipline. Like, hey, look, there's really a science to figuring out what's right and what's wrong. And there's tools you can use, just like to figure out how tall you are, or how much you weigh. A
Can I
squared
say
plus B
something?
squared.
I want to interject right quick
you
before I
can do
forget.
that at home, though.
Those disciplines, we learn in them schools. The conscious, the Dr. Umars are talking against these schools. But these so-called European schools we learn these disciplines on
these are
are
the
the
white man
tools to
schools.
know all the tools to judge. Yeah, school. They are giving us the tools to judge him. But he's telling us that we get indoctrinated by white schools, but they're giving us our tools to be critical of him. But go ahead. I just wanted
to me, once he started teaching
yeah.
astrology in school, when he told me he's gonna have astrology at his FDMG school, I realized like he's disqualified. Because all the science, the sociologists have studied astrology. They follow babies from the hospital to they were in middle school, and they said there's no correlation between when they were born and their personality. The psychologists have done it. The astrophysicists and astronomers have gotten involved in astrology, and they said they don't even map the stars correctly. Indian astrology is different from Sumerian astrology, is different from Chinese astrology, is different from Western astrology. They're not the same.
All based on the same set of stars. We don't got different stars.
Before they knew whether it was a heliocentric or geocentric universe or solar system, or
Is my audio still choppy? I just want. Still good?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'll just make sure it was still choppy. It's still choppy.
Hey, say a couple sentences because it's not perpetually choppy. It just we lose some of the stuff you say.
Gentlemen, I have to depart from this call.
A2O, man.
All
Be
right, man.
easy and be safe out there, man. Appreciate the bars and the contributions, even like
Absolutely.
live contributions as well as your
Come back.
your comment contributions.
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
Yeah,
appreciate
come
that.
back. Come
I
back.
appreciate you all.
Come
I just wanted to
You got open. You got open
chime
door
in.
here,
Like I
man.
said, I
Come back.
received the link and I chimed in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. We
Good
encourage
night,
and appreciate
gentlemen.
that stuff, man. All right, y'all, man. Be safe out there.
All right.
Always.
Peace. Yeah. Is it
Hey, Vulcan, stop doing that, bro.
what? What happened?
Bro, hey,
How we doing
like
this?
3 or 4 times during this pod, he done thrown up that live long and prosper, bro. I know you the Black Vulcan, but chill, bro.
I might do that by accident.
Chill.
Yeah.
Hey,
Is it still choppy?
to the community, this looks much better. Hey, throw it up like this, bro. Hey, they can lock in with that. I don't know what it means, but it looked familiar.
But yeah, so closing comments,
Yeah.
and we want to close it out.
Oh yeah, then like I was saying earlier, I'll go first. Like I was saying earlier, that's the beauty of epistemology. It helps you investigate and exposes like what's a true belief versus what an opinion is, and that I think we did a good job today. Fresh pointing that out, Vulcan pointing that out, and myself. So yeah, keep in mind these disciplines we learn to really expose. Am I choppy, Vulcan?
A little bit.
It is. Oh, man.
No, it's not. What? Not anymore.
Okay. So, yeah. So keep in mind these disciplines we learn in school. These are the same disciplines we can use to be critical of Dr. Umar. So just keep that in mind. These tools are essential. They can really help us determine what's right or wrong, what's true or false, and what's a true belief versus what's an opinion. Where want to go next? Go.
Fresh, you ready to go?
No, you definitely got to close it out, Logan. I'm gonna say this.
Might be you.
I'm gonna keep mine short. I've been talking. I want to say this. We've reiterated this point. We've belabored this point several times throughout this video. I want to point out that on this pod during this segment, we are not knocking your beliefs. We want you to understand through research and facts the difference between a belief and a fact, basically, for lack of a better word, right? If you believe something, just recognize it as a belief. What Dr. Umar believes, you can't attack that. He believes in Pan-Africanism. I'm not knocking what I'm not knocking what he's saying. I'm saying if you present your beliefs as a fact, that's the problem. Like the method to the madness is the problem. Some people are gonna see us as haters because one, they're not gonna do the research, but two, it seems like we're haters. But all we're doing is saying we want to hold Dr. Umar and people like Dr. Umar, right? So it's not target. It's not an assassination of any sort. He just happened to be the subject of this particular series. Like Vulcan said and Eno said, we're gonna do other stuff, but we're just holding him. We're holding folks like that accountable for what they say and how they say it. It's one of the biggest barriers in our community, if we're being honest, is the fact that we'll take what people say. If we agree with a little bit of what they say, we'll take the whole thing. We'll take it as gospel and run with it, which at the end, in the grand scheme of things, is detrimental to our community as a whole. So, in closing, I'm gonna keep it gangster and just say, man, do your Googles, do your research, think for yourself, and if you still believe, if your beliefs align with the beliefs of another person, there's nothing wrong with that. You just have to recognize that that's what it is. So you can't present your beliefs as facts if you don't substantiate them. They're just two separate things. Just do your research, man. Think for yourself.
Yeah, so what I want to say to piggyback off what the Enos and Freshly's been saying is, you definitely got to do your research. You definitely got to learn how to determine things. If you go into a new discipline, if I go to the hospital and they tell me I got this, and this, and issue, well, I want to use that. I'll scratch that example. I've had friends who have went to prison, went to jail, and they had to learn how to be a lawyer while they were in there to beat their own case. When they went, they had no idea what the case was about, the terminology that was involved, how the whole proceedings were supposed to go. They had no idea. They studied, they learned, and they use that information to get themselves out of prison or out of jail.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna just caveat on that. I'm not gonna keep in mind the people that sentenced them to jail, the people that defended them and put and helped them get there. All of those people were considered experts in their fields. That doesn't make them right. That doesn't make them what they say 100% factual. Fact. I just want to state that.
That fact. So, and why that's important is because I want to bring up one point that we haven't really emphasized a whole lot, but it's really important. The moral element to this. Whenever you got to make a decision when you're believing something in life about whatever it is. Do I care if this is true or not? You ever heard that saying, ignorance is bliss? A lot of us believe the wrong thing because we actually prefer the lie.
Hold on. I'm just going to put this out there. This is a very broad and deep topic that I think if this is your closing argument, and I only say that because I got stuff to say about that. Like I have a whole lot to say about that particular barrier in our community. I think we should save it for the next segment, unless we want to keep going. We almost hit 4 hours. I'm just putting that out there.
I'm gonna keep it short. I'm gonna be done with with the next 2 or 3 minutes here. But
yeah, I would like to pick up on that point the next time we link on this.
We have more time because he's gonna go into more stuff. We're gonna have to definitely talk about it some more. But I want to say that there's a moral element to being reasonable. Reasonable is not an option for us. It should be imperative. We are commanded to be reasonable. We should be reasonable. We should be logical. What that means is that what we say, what we think should be fair. It should be balanced scales.
Who is we, Vulcan? Who are you referring to?
Is the audience, individual members, what we say to ourselves in our heads, all of that kind of stuff. We should be asking ourselves, is this true? Is this accurate? And the reason why that's important is because if you don't care about that, then there's no reason to even have the conversation. I've sat with people that were like, hey, ignorance is bliss. I don't want to know. And it saves me a lot of time.
Yeah. Oh, I don't care if it's right or wrong. I just like it. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
There's no need for me to engage in this. I agree.
But if you claim you care about truth, you say you're for the people, you say that what you're doing is something constructive that can be built off of, that means it's verifiable. It can be validated. And if we're going to be in that vein, then there is a methodology to it. And so this show is to help y'all to recognize methodology. That's why I use terms. I remember there was one lady that said, James, do you use these fancy smancy terms so that people would because they're not going to look these words up. I'm not going to remember what you said. They're not going to look these terms up. Are you just doing that because so you can sound right because you use big words? And for some people, you can't reach them. If you're gonna just not look it up, the terms, you're just going to think I'm smart because I said a big word that I could have looked up 5 seconds ago for all you know, then it's a non-starter. We're not going to get anywhere. But these terms, these concepts are meant to empower you.
They mean something. It's source information. He's giving you the tools to fish instead of just feeding you fish.
Absolutely. If you know what the law of identity, law of excluded middle, the transitive property, A equals B and B equals C, so A equals C. A cannot both be A and not A at the same time in the same way. Now, that stuff may sound crazy because it may be new to you, but this is part of the show. Write that in the comments. Hey, I don't know what that means. Hey, when you said that, I'm not getting that. We're here to explain those things because it's to empower you to be able to decipher things for yourself and for your children, for your children's children.
That's why sometimes I ask you to clarify your statements for the audience because you do get into a pocket sometimes.
Absolutely right. So I'm gonna close it out with that, y'all. Dr. Umar, I'm a fan of Dr. Umar and anybody else you see us talking about. I'm a fan of these guys, or I probably wouldn't even really bother wasting my time with them. but I'm a fan, but I'm not an idol worshiper of these guys. You know, I can celebrate the things that they do on the rooftops that I think they're going to help the broader community, and I can also say, hey, that ain't it. You know, I can also say that too. And so I hope that everybody gets that when they're watching the show, and we've done our best to try to communicate the ideas. We're not always going to agree on the panel, and that's the beauty of it. Y'all get to see that.
Yeah, we hold each other to the same standard we hold everybody else we discuss to.
Absolutely
right.
right.
Let you say whatever you want to say.
So Vulcan Soapbox for y'all. Vulcan is the people are about logic and reason. I mean, they want to be as fair in how they process things as possible. It's not based off what they feel, what they experience. It's based off of what they know and don't know, and good argumentation to support it. And then Soapbox. You ever seen the movie Denzel's movie Malcolm X? Whenever they would preach on the streets, they would stand on the soapbox. So this is a logic preaching moment here. This is us talking about reason. We're not about sensationalism, even though that may be part of the show at times. It's not about romance or religion or politics or economics. None of those topics is the focus of the show. It's just that when you're hearing those things being disseminated to the public orally or written down, we want to dissect it. Look at it from all the different angles.
Yep.
And y'all get to share that with us.
If you see this and you talk to me, one of the things that I say all the time is I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just giving you a different perspective. I'm just giving you multiple perspectives. Too often we experience life and we make decisions solely based on our own experience, which is robbing you of the full faculty of decision making. Be objective. Step outside yourself often. Put yourself in other people's shoes.
That's it. So with that being said, y'all, I think we had a great show, and look forward to seeing y'all. So this is part 1 of a 4-part series going over this stuff right here. So this is 4 hours. So we probably got a 16-hour series coming up.
Hey, we're gonna try to do better. I'm gonna say 4 hours or 30 minutes, bro.
We got to put a timer on Freshly's comments sometimes.
Chill.
He be going in.
Chill.
I don't know if it's fresh anymore. That stuff might be stale
Hey.
by the time we get.
Listen, hey, I'm telling you, bro. Anybody that knows me, I over communicate for a reason. If you know me, if you've spoken with me in depth, I tell you, bro, I over communicate not because I like to hear myself talk, but I need to make sure that what I'm saying, I'm gonna communicate it to you as many different ways as I can to make sure that there can't be any confusion. At least one of these ways I said this, you gonna understand, you gonna latch onto.
Absolutely right. We appreciate that because the audience, I think, benefits from that because you hit it from a lot of different angles to make sure that everybody gets a chance to be able to absorb it.
Definitely.
Pause.
All right, fellas. Until next time.
All right,
this has been Soapboxing with the Vulcans. Peace.
Peace.